Good evening, everybody. It is 6 p.m. Thursday, February 5th, 2026. Call to order the special meeting for the Huntley Community School District 158 Board of Education, Already screwed up. Roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Peckety?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Bobby? Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum of 5 here this evening. Before we get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to take a moment to honor the memory of Kristen Freericks, one of our recently retired teachers, passed away earlier this week. Mrs. Freericks touched the lives of so many within our school community for over 2 decades. Kindness, dedication, and genuine care that she showed to students and colleagues alike will not be forgotten. She leaves behind a legacy of warmth and service that has blessed our schools and district for many years. Our hearts go out to her family, friends during this incredibly difficult time. Please join me in taking a moment of silence to reflect, remember, and honor Mrs. Freericks and the light she brought to the Huntley 158. Thank you. With that, next is Pledge of Allegiance. All right, please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Board. We are delighted to present to you tonight our February Huntley High Five winners. We've got one winner from each school. Not everybody was able to be here tonight, but the kids that are here are going to come up one at a time and introduce themselves to you.
Hello, my name is Eleanor. My grade is 2nd grade. My school is Chestnut Elementary.
Eleanor, and now you get to hear wonderful things about yourself from your nominator. This is very dear Explore teacher. This is what she had to say about you. Eleanor is always so helpful, kind, and considerate of everyone else in her class. During Explore each week, she consistently helps other students at her table group, even without being asked, and always does so with a smile on her face. She is a tremendous role model and a positive example for others. She always leads with respect, responsibility, and compassion, and is very deserving of this High Five award. I am so proud of Eleanor and know she will continue to be an amazing student and positive leader in the future. Congratulations, Eleanor.
My name is Kyle Williams. I am grade 9 for Army.
And Kyle, do you know a Mr. Garvelia?
Yeah.
Mr. Garvelia has these things to say about you. Kyle is working very hard at learning to read and write better. His fluency has almost doubled since the beginning of the year with repeated readings. He's set a goal of reading more than he used to, and he's making extremely good progress towards reaching that goal. He won the class Turtly Awesome, that sounds really fun, award because of a student that he asked to join and play their game, saying, "We include everyone here." Well said, Kyle. We're very proud of your efforts, your positive attitude, and for setting a good example of what kindness should look like in everyday situations. Congratulations, Kyle.
My name's Nolan. I am from Mesquite, first grade.
And Nolan, your teacher is Miss Goldstein, and this is what she had to say about you. That's something very special. Nolan, I get to come to read to your class every month, don't I? Yes. So here's what Miss Goldstein had to say about you. Nolan is the sweetest, kindest, and most hardworking first grader you will ever meet. McCabe was a whole new world for Nolan this year since he did not attend our school in kindergarten. He had to learn a new building, a new teacher, meet so many new friends, establish a new routine, and get used to our amazing school. Nolan is learning to read and write, increase his math skills, work on math fact fluency, and he's a shining bright star in first grade. Nolan puts forth 100% every day to make himself a better student and a better person. He is friends with everyone, is kind, respectful, sweet, talkative, and stands up for others, including himself. Congratulations.
Good job.
My name is Cesar. I'm in fifth grade and I go to Martin Elementary.
And your teacher is Mrs. Amy, and this is what she had to say about you, Sadat. Sadat is an excellent example of what it means to be a Huntley High Five student. Each day, she consistently models the chance expectation and lives out the classroom charter through her positive choices and her strong character. Sadat is actively engaged in learning, participates in class discussions, and is always willing to help others. Sadat works well with all classmates, brings a positive attitude to the classroom, and consistently goes above and beyond by putting forth her best effort. Her commitment to learning, her leadership, and her kindness highlight the importance of student success. Congratulations.
My name is Noah Lopez. I go to McKee Elementary and I'm in fifth grade.
And Noah, who's your teacher? Sometimes I'm going to give it, you got the right answer there, and that was your nominator. You have some other teachers over there, too. Noah is a rock star in orchestra. What do you play? Violin.
Nice.
He stays focused in our lessons, asks great questions, and works hard to develop his skills on his instrument, even when it can be tricky at times. He is also a kind student who helps others in class and always comes to class with a great attitude. Congratulations.
My name is Julia Malik. I go to Marlowe Middle School and I am in sixth grade.
And Julia, this is from your whole team. Are you on 6-2? All right, this is what your teachers all had to say. Oh, they put some big words in here for me. Julia is a quintessential empowered learner. She consistently takes ownership of her educational journey, approaching her studies with a unique blend of curiosity and confidence. She sets ambitious goals, meaningful goals, and proactively seeks out new challenges. Julia demonstrates the growth mindset and resilience necessary for continuous improvement. Her recent success as one of our team's Spelling Bee winners is a testament to her academic competence and her dedication to lifelong learning. Beyond her personal achievement, Julia's innovative mindset and responsible nature allow her to contribute meaningfully to our class environment. Her commitment to academic excellence and her embodiment of what it means to be an empowered student, Julia is undoubtedly deserving of the Huntley High Five Award. Congratulations. Julia, can I ask, do you remember what word you won on? What was the word? It's okay if you don't remember. close, but you still did a good job. All right.
My name is Maddox Wagner. I go to Huntley High School and I'm in 10th grade.
All right. Maddox is always respectful to his teachers, his peers, and his surroundings. He is engaged in class and doesn't hesitate to answer questions and participate. I know I can always count on Maddox to work hard and try his best. Maddox always has a good attitude. Congratulations, Maddox. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a certificate up here. We want to congratulate you. So as you come around here, I'm going to give a message to your parents, all right? So you guys can head on, Maddox. You can take the front of the line. We'll go that way. And parents, thank you so much for not only bringing them out tonight, but for raising such wonderful role models and people we love to spend every day with. So congratulations to you as well.
Congratulations. What position you play? Baseball. Hello, congratulations. There you are. You know what? Violin man, way to go, keep playing. Congratulations. No one, right? Way to go. Great job. Congratulations. Yep. Congratulations.
You guys are perfect right here. Whatever. Perfect.
Find you a good window.
Yeah. And if you can show me your certificate. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Everyone looks great. All right, 1, 2, 3. Just a couple. And parents, you're welcome to come up and take pictures too if you'd like.
There you go. Congratulations, everybody. Oh, yeah. Thank you, parents, for bringing your students, and congratulations Thank you. I like them better in all places.
Oh, it's guilty, isn't it? Weather's warming up. I know, isn't it?
All right, next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have any public comment for the special meeting? All right, very good. Number 4, appointment of the new board member. Mr. Charles Ruth, please step forward. So you should have a copy of the certificate there. I do indeed, thank you. Hope you brought a water bottle. This is rather lengthy. All right, if you could please work with me on reciting, I'll say it, and you please repeat the oath of office for school board member. I, Chuck Ruth.
I, Chuck Ruth,
Do solemnly swear that that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office of member
the duties of the office
of the Board of Education
of member of the Board of Education
of Huntley School District 158
of Huntley School District 158
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States,
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Illinois
the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the laws of the State of Illinois
and the laws of the State of Illinois,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
I further swear that
Further swear that
I shall respect taxpayer interests
I will respect taxpayer interests
by serving as a faithful protector of the school district's assets.
by serving as a faithful protector of the school district assets.
I shall encourage and respect
Encourage and respect
the free expression of opinion
the free expression of opinion
by my fellow board members
by my fellow board members
and others who seek
and others who seek
a hearing before the board,
a hearing before the board,
while respecting the privacy
while respecting the privacy
of students and employees.
of students and employees.
I shall recognize
I shall recognize
that a board member
that a board member
has no legal authority
has no legal authority
as an individual,
as an individual,
and decisions can only be made
and decisions can only be made
by a majority vote at a public board meeting.
by a majority vote at a public board meeting.
I shall abide by majority decisions
I shall abide by majority decisions
of the board
of the board
while retaining the right
while retaining the right
to seek changes
to make changes
in such decisions
in such decisions
through ethical and constructive channels.
through ethical and constructive change.
As part of the Board of Education,
As part of the Board of Education,
I shall accept
I shall accept
the responsibility for my role
responsibility for my role
in the equitable and quality
in equitable and quality
education of every student in the school district.
education of every student in the school district.
I shall foster,
I shall foster
with the board, extensive participation
with the board extensive participation
of the community,
of the community,
formulate goals,
formulate goals,
define outcomes,
define outcomes,
and set the course
set the course
for Huntley School District 158.
for Huntley School District 158.
I shall assist
I shall assist
in establishing a structure
in establishing a structure
and an environment
and an environment
designed to ensure
designed to ensure
all students have the opportunity
all students have the opportunity
to attain their maximum potential
to attain their maximum potential
through a sound
through a sound
organizational framework.
organizational framework.
I shall strive
I shall strive
to ensure
to ensure
a continuous assessment
continuous assessment
of student achievement
of student achievement
and all conditions
and all conditions
affecting the education
affecting the education
of our children
of our children
in compliance with state law.
in compliance with Illinois state law.
I shall serve
I shall serve
as education's key advocate
as an education's key advocate
on behalf of students
on behalf of students
in our community school
in our community school
to advance the vision
advance the vision
for Huntley School District 158,
for Huntley School District 158.
and I shall strive
And I shall strive
to work together
to work together
with the district superintendent
with the district superintendent
to lead the school district
to lead the school district
toward fulfilling
toward fulfilling
the vision the board has created,
the vision the board has created,
fostering excellence
fostering excellence
for every student
for every student
in the areas of academic skills,
in the areas of academic skills,
knowledge,
Knowledge.
citizenship,
citizenship,
and personal development.
and personal development.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you. Uh-oh. Like this. That line you go through, like initiation.
Just like the kids.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you much.
All right, with that, we move to item number 5, which is adjournment. I move to adjourn the special meeting at, excuse me, we'll do this on the microphone. Move to item number 5, adjournment. Move to adjourn the special meeting at 6:20 PM. Second by Mr. Craddy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
opposed? All right, special meeting is adjourned. Moving on to the regular meeting, I call to order the regular meeting of the Huntley School District 158 Board of Education. This Thursday, February 5th, 2026. The community of the whole meeting with a special closed session at the end. It is 6:21 p.m. Have roll call, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Feckety?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Bobby? Mrs. Myrino?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here. Okay, we did the Pledge of Allegiance earlier. So that item 2 is public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Don't see any public comment.
Okay, nothing for this one. Item 3, revision and adoption of the agenda. Anybody want to revise anything? The only question I had was, is it prudent to move item 5 down? Mr. Bobby's going to be late for the meeting. Or are you comfortable with running curriculum and instruction? Beckety?
We can leave it where it is.
You want to leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's the only question that I had. Anybody have anything else? All right, not hearing anything, I move to approve and adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Second from Mr. Craddy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Item 4, student board representatives. Issue and Ms. Jorgensen.
So this past Thursday, students from each Huntley 158 level met at the district office for a few hours to gather feedback and information. The goal of the meeting was to make sure that student voices heard and to use this feedback to improve the school experience for everyone.
So an overview of what occurred at the actual day is students completed multiple activities, including a start, stop, continue, which you can see on the screen about the portrait of a learner. They also did a glow and show with Dr. McCrindle. We had some discussions that myself, Emma, and Ms. Lombard led. And then they also helped answer the question, had a discussion about if I were the superintendent for the day. Some common themes that we noticed throughout the feedback cycle, through the activities that we did, is students want more opportunities to share their opinions, thoughts, and perspectives about their learning environment at their individual schools.
Yeah.
They also want a choice in how instruction is delivered and having that choice within the topics that they learn about. So, for example, students mentioned in history class or science class if they want to learn some different topics about whether it is like animals or space. They want more choice in how they receive instruction. And then this one was a bit surprising for me personally, but they want learning beyond screens. They want less reliance on Chromebooks and screens from teachers. They want more paper activities and handouts. And what was really interesting is they thought, all we do in class is just we open up our Chromebooks, complete a Google form or an activity. They want to get back to pen and pencil. And this was noticed across all levels of Huntley 158. This wasn't just isolated to one specific level. So that is curious, but I'm sure that our learning and innovation team will take that back to their teams. And then some clarity and consistency in communication. Students want more clear explanations for the rules that are given to them within their school environment, with assignments, grading, schedules, and policy decisions. The expectations where if one group of students has to follow this expectation from this year to the other year, just having more consistency with that. And grading where it is all, students don't feel like they're having different grades based on the different types of classes or sections of the class, and that it's just consistent. And schedules, this was noted specifically for the high school and elementary schools. They want more consistency in the schedule and the communication about the schedule change if there is one that is going to be happening. And policy decisions was not just understanding, here's the policy, but what's the rationale behind it and why was it put in place? Now, students recognize that they may not like the reasoning for the policy change, but not just saying this is what it is, deal with it, having more of the why behind it. They also felt that there was inconsistencies in discipline where one group of students could get away with something and then another group didn't, and having more consistencies with the type of consequence that's issued to students, where if you say get into a physical altercation with a peer, it's the same consequence for students. And I understand it's complicated, but this is what the student's perspective. And sometimes the implementation of those expectations without the reasoning behind them can create some confusion and frustration with students. But on a more positive note, students recognize that Holt Lake Community School District is a wonderful district that provides many opportunities and experiences that only Huntley 158 can offer, and they are really grateful for it. While there was some areas of growth, the students are extremely grateful and knowledgeable that we live in such an awesome district.
So in our three groups, we broke down some common themes or what they were saying by our levels. So I was with the elementary kids, and a lot of things that they said is that they really enjoy hands-on learning and interactive lessons. And a lot of them told me specifically that they enjoy partner work, and that when they're confused, talking to, like, with their partner helps them, understand that they're both confused, it's easier to figure out together. And they also commonly highlighted that they want more choices in specials, clubs, and activities, and they want some more leadership opportunities for the younger students, because they felt kind of overwhelmed how they just got to fifth grade and now they have all these things thrown at them. So that's really what I picked up in my group. And Nico was in middle school, and he found that group work and collaboration was necessary and something that students would like more of. And that students also said that sometimes there were inconsistencies in disciplinary practices, with some students feeling inequity. And having a dedicated channel where all students can provide feedback, school leaders, and remaining open to change are essential. And for high school, with Ms. Lombard, who's with them, she found that continuing support for extensive college and career planning through greater collaboration with counselors and expanded academic support extracurriculars will help them, and that they appreciate the number of courses offered, and they think that they significantly support their future careers, and they serve as a free trial for the world. And they also said that there needs to be a greater understanding of students' needs and personal situations in relation to the attendance policy.
And then our next meeting is scheduled for the end of April, and we intend to provide another update based on the discussion at that meeting. I would also, me and Emma would also like to thank Ms. Lombard for putting this together and getting all the logistics worked through to make this possible. And if there's any questions from the board or administration, we'd be happy to take them.
I'd like to just make a comment there. I was going to thank the two of you. So it's the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. A lot of that came to light because of wanting to hear more student voice, the things that we've been working on over the last couple of years. But with the two of you on the board advisory as students, I really appreciate the help through this. You didn't just want to participate, you wanted to take a leadership role, and to be able to hear those and to be able to facilitate and find out more. And the excitement, I know you're also working with Mrs. Barr on some other ideas, that at the regular meeting each month to be sharing things. You're out in the buildings hearing from some of the voices there. And we've talked a lot about leadership, and the two of you were great role models for the other individuals who were in that room. I thought it was a great afternoon. I wish we could do more and more of that. And we want to replicate that in all of our buildings the best that we can, so that the administrators in the buildings can hear the voice of our students as well. Dr. McCriddle helped participate. Dr. Zaire did help at the very end, so Dr. McCriddle could get to a meeting, and then he got stranded at the high school. So we had a great afternoon. It was our cold day, but everybody was really, really appreciative. Something that we did here as we just circulated the room, it seemed that students were very grateful for the opportunity. I believe, Mrs. Barr, you heard one as she was leaving, it was like, oh, that really felt good to get that off my chest, to really be able to share, and we could take those things. So there were a lot of very open and honest discussions about how we can continue to improve, and be true students in the learning that is going on. And it's not, I just want to learn this, it's how can I take ownership in my learning and continue to be ready for my future careers. So thank you both for that.
Were there any questions from the board about this presentation?
I have a couple. Thank you. A great presentation, so thank you to everyone that participated in it. I think it's excellent. It's a great starting point to gather this information. I think my first question is who or how were students selected to attend, and, you know, what's coming, was our special needs population represented at this meeting as well, or will that be coming in a future meeting?
I'll answer the second part after Nico answers your first question. How are they selected?
Students were selected by nominating, they were nominated from their administration from each school, commonly from some of our 3 through 5 buildings. We noticed it was the 5th grade ambassadors, but they also reported to us that they want younger students at future meetings. So students were nominated from each of their schools. And then we did note to Ms. Wilmer that we would like to be future if
And they will be. They were not able to attend the first one. So with that, and I can tell you without giving specifics of the students that were there, we made sure that it was diverse in terms of maybe students who were part of the gifted program, maybe who would have an IEP, some who were participating in extracurriculars and others who were not. So it was well balanced. We did have 3 students who were not able to attend that day, who will be there at the next one.
So for the next meeting then, can students who are interested in participating share that they're interested in this rather than it being selected from, because sometimes, you know, the best student can't always represent the struggling students. So from a perception, I understand we've got student ambassadors and students who connect well with administration, but how do we get that feedback from students that aren't necessarily well-known? Or
I believe that should not, that it's not happening here in this committee. Is a starting point. We wanted to make sure that these individuals were nominated from a variety of groups that are representing their various schools. We are looking at the best ways to get our K-2 voice with this component, so that will grow. But Melissa, one of the things that I really want is that each of these individuals in future years, because this committee will continue to grow and continue to be there, are part of their own building. Dr. Beelan has done a really nice job. I believe he has 50 to 60 students who come regularly to his principal leadership committee, and from there, we would love to see something like that in each building, and then a couple people from each of those going there. This was our starting point to get us going, and again, both Emma and Nico have volunteered to also help set that up in the buildings and see how that has worked at the high school to be able to replicate. He has done something really, really well at the high school with that, and we would, again, like to see that. And so from there, then they would send students representing a larger group. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely, because that's how other
Ms.
things.
Marino,
Yes, yes.
we want to add something. We are in the midst of this project currently, so I don't want to give too many details away, but we provided an update last month, and we're now in the full swings of this project of going out to each of the elementary schools and getting feedback from a very large, diverse number of students, not just the fifth grade ambassadors, the students who have different needs and struggles. And even if it's the lunchroom, just hopping table to table. So we're
That's awesome.
working very hard to ensure that we're representing all students.
Okay. I just had to ask that question to make sure, because you know, I'm always thinking about representing all of our students and seeing, but I love that idea of starting it within the buildings, having that conversation. It would probably happen more frequently, and then filtering that information to the committee and kind of working from there, and it streamlines the process, but it does. So, yep, no, that was great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Are there any more questions from the board?
I had one or two. So I'm not familiar with start, stop, and continue. Share a little bit about that.
Yes, so this is something that I learned through scouting. It is a leadership feedback tool that I learned at a leadership camp many, many summers ago. And we did this within our strategic planning group. And Ms. Lombard asked if I would be willing to do something similar, and I was like, absolutely, I know what I want to do. And so I created this document of thinking about what is a topic that connects every student who currently wants to PA, and it's our portrait of a learner, because that's what they are. And so we had students with a prompt of to ensure that all students are empowered, critical thinkers, engaged and responsible citizens, skilled communicators, and future leaders. Huntley 158 needs to do what? And then we had the students write, what does District 115 need to start doing for that? Stop doing, and then continue doing, and then if they had any additional thoughts. What we did with that activity is we had the students think about it, and then they worked on their own. And then we had them share with their groups of what are some common themes that they noticed between each level. And then we had a whole group start, stop, continue, where we built like a common themes from each of them to build a Huntley 158 point. And this is what built this and some other discussions and feedback that we analyzed to then have more notes from Ms. Lombard and the administration's team. And then we did a more high-level overview in the memo that was provided.
Thank you. Second question, what were the highlights of the superintendent of the day? What kind of cool things did kids come up with if they were Ms. Lombard for the day?
We're looking right now.
Okay, thank you. Take your time.
I had a couple I could throw in.
Okay,
So,
yep.
there was a lot of more recess, longer lunchtime, additional, like longer minutes in certain class periods depending on what the kids, liked or did not like.
I think one of the things, it wasn't just a longer lunch period, just because they really felt that, and this was at all three different levels, there was a lot of shaking the, yep, I agree kind of topic of, there's a lot going on in a day, and sometimes you just need to sit back and veg out, if you will, right? To be able to not focus on some of the learning. They talked a little bit about just the mental health component, and that lunchtime is a time that you can socialize and be able to do. So it wasn't we wanted more of that and less of everything else, just really wanted that time to be able to pick what they wanted to do with that.
The recess was interesting too, because there was a student who knew to the degree what number gets you outside or inside recess. And so he had a lot of opinions on, what that would be. And then it warms up a little bit and gets a little cold, and it, freezes the water puddles a little bit. It gets a little more unsafe, and kids can get, so kids, they know all of this, and they are very invested in.
One of our high school seniors said, I know this wouldn't impact me moving forward, but I'd love you to think about bringing back just the good old-fashioned snow day, right? There's that excitement of that. It reminds us, I know we did it a couple years ago, but it's just that thought of being able to, it was a rite of passage, right? Everybody can remember that day that they just had that call early in the morning. Then there were some things about just more choice in the exploratory kinds of things, especially once they hit that 4th and 5th grade level. They've done music, they've done art, they've done PE. How can we expand if we really have that as a passion and staying with that? Or other choices. And they also knew that, at the middle school and high school level, there are after-school clubs, and are those opportunities that could be done at the elementary level as well. They knew it had to be, if you were a superintendent, what would you realistically change? They knew it had to be a realistic, component there. And a lot of just really expanding, more of the hands-on, more of the real-world kinds of things. They enjoyed a lot of what they were learning, but there was a lot of discussion around the Chromebook. And it's something that we've heard over and over, and it was, there's a time and a place for them to learn from them, but that interaction with their peers was a definite common theme that I saw come out.
Ms. Palmer, the other thing I just wanted to bring up was at the middle school level, they were talking about needing access to some teachers throughout their day whenever they need help. And that came out as from multiple middle school kids about, if I could have more time, we'd have, time to be able to get help from my teacher when I need it. And so that was interesting to hear that thing come out.
Thank you.
I have one more quick question, I'm sorry.
Yep.
When you talk a little bit about, the perception of inequity in some discipline and consequences, do we have an idea as to where that perception may be coming from? Is it one of those where, a certain group of students, they get a pass because of a disability or something, or they don't, or do we know where that's coming from?
That is, there were a couple of the comments that we, obviously have to dig deeper in, right? In a couple-hour meeting, you can't. That came up, more in discussion with Nico Yergroup at middle school. And so it is one of those things to find out a little bit more. Is it the inconsistency that maybe 6-1 does this, 7-2, or is it exactly what you were talking about? And maybe they don't understand the why behind it. So there will be some digging into that component. I don't think, Nico, it was the impression or that, oh, Jessica may get this, where so-and-so may get something different because of...
Yeah, I pulled up our documents, and they want more, a standard set of rules for everyone, where it's...
Cell phones came up at the high school level. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they want just the same, like, it's enforced everywhere. If we say this is the rules, make sure it's implemented across every classroom, every building, so that it's not just like, oh, I can get away with this in 6-1, but I don't know about 6-3, and just more consistency of what the expectations are.
The two examples for that was at the high school with consistency with the cell phone, they understand the policy. But does one have it just needed your backpack, somebody else put it in the cubby system? And I believe middle school was around the passes, was one of the examples of that, So just what.
Because I know we worked really hard on that with our parent advisory committee to really streamline and get that consistency, continuity, especially with our handbook, across our campuses, so that it wasn't like well, Marlowe does this, but Heinemann does that. We worked really hard on that a couple of years ago.
Matrix, yes. And I think it was more how.
I think it's the implementation of consistency.
Yeah.
And this is, again, from the student's perspective.
I know.
There's always multiple sides to everything, so this is just what the students.
Of course, and I appreciate their feedback. So thank you to the students that came forward and participated and shared their thoughts. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you for that summary. Thank you for leading the charge on that. Anything else to wrap up? Looks like you have one more.
Yeah, I have one more thing. Just, I heard from a few questions already, but Chuck-a-Duck, which is our duck throw event for Greater Nation, which we're inviting all of Huntley 1582, it is happening tomorrow, and at Huntley, it's at 7 p.m. in the East Gym. Your ducks before.
What time is it again?
7 p.m. That's all we had.
Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
All right, curriculum committee, I will turn it over to Dr. McCrindle to talk about AP materials, middle school science materials, and summer school 2026.
Hi, good evening. I do have 3 topics evening, and the first one is our advanced placement materials. Every year, the AP, the College Board who does AP courses identifies certain texts that courses can use, and then our team then selects which texts from those courses we're going to choose. And so you can see that a couple of updates are coming for AP US History, AP Biology, and AP Physics, just for either new additions or they have traded out the books that they're allowing us to use within their courses. So tonight we are putting these on our 30-day review to be able to offer those as in conjunction with the courses that are already approved. It will not be approved until the March 19th board meeting, but if there are any questions on reviewing these texts, anyone can reach out to myself or Mr. Brian Truax at district office. And we will set the time for anyone to review them here at district office so we can talk through those texts with people. Before I go to the next topic, we did have a couple things kind of come up related to AP and dual credit in the last couple of days since my memo was written, and so I did want to give you a couple of numbers. We currently have 1,018 total students in AP courses across our high school, which is exciting. And then we have 867 total students in dual credit courses, which means that we are getting credit from MCC here at our high school building. Some of those kids overlap, right, between AP and dual credit, but that's exciting to see the number of students who are participating in these offerings. And one update I do want to provide, connected to just MCC with dual credit, is they're currently taking a look at revising the requirements for what students need to meet in order to take the dual credit math algebra course. And so why I bring that up is currently there is not a placement exam that students have to take. We have 68 students who completed dual credit math algebra this last school year. And they are going to start having everyone take the ALEX exam, which is an additional 2 or 3 days of testing for some of our students who are kids that are taking a lot of tests throughout their day, and we're giving up, time to do that in order to get the, be able to take those dual credit courses. And so we might see a slight number of kids not be able to take dual credit because they might not get the scores that they need to be able to take that course. Currently, to enroll in our dual credit math course, currently it's just based off of their GPA from prior years. And so MCC is saying there's new rules coming down from the Illinois Community College Board that's saying you have to use the same criteria for every student. That means high school college kids and just community college kids. And so that's what they're doing to make that shift. So we might start to see a shift in our numbers there, but it's exciting to see we have so many kids participating in our AP and dual credit classes, but next year they're letting us stay status quo. It's going to be for the following year that implementation would happen. And then I also wanted to just give an update on our CNA program, which we're excited to be planning for just some launching. We were able to get approval from MCC to run our CNA program here at Huntley High School, which is very exciting. The stumbling block that we are problem solving currently is the second piece of it, which is IDPH approval. And so the Illinois Department of Public Health also has to approve and have certain requirements met in order to implement that course here at our high school. And so our high school level team, which included Dr. Beelan, our associate principal for curriculum, as well as department chairs, Dr. Zier and myself met last week to discuss if we were going to be able to get that up and running for fall. And we need a little more time to get that going this year. And so our plan is still to move forward with implementing this course, and we have it in our books, but the MCC opened up their enrollment for their class for CNA on Monday, and we had to make a decision. We didn't want kids to think that we could offer it, and what if we didn't have it ready, and then they weren't able to take anything. And so we decided to put a pause on that to implement for the following school year, knowing that we're going to continue building up what we need to do to get that IDPH approval. What that approval requires is a licensed nurse, to have certain criteria in order to even get the course up and running. And so we need to work through some staffing pieces and make sure that we have the right people to do this. So we are very committed to it. We want to get that running and going, but we're not able to host it at Huntley High School this fall.
Dr. McCriddle, with that component, we do have some open nursing positions that are going to be open for next year. So as we are filling those, we'll be looking at this. This is not something we're pausing in terms of getting that certification until next year. We'll be actively looking for that. That is a criteria we're hoping to get for positions that we're looking to fill, correct?
Correct, yeah. Are there any questions on the AP or the dual credit for the MCC before I go to my next topic?
So it's not so much a question, it's more of a comment. because this is a change in what parents have expected or what's been communicated. So I want to make sure that this gets out to the community beyond the room here, so the parents understand what's going on and the why behind it, so that
Yeah.
when this comes down, that people aren't necessarily surprised or, just a worried concern for their kids, because this is what they were led to believe, and now all of a sudden, there's been a shift or possible shift.
Absolutely.
Just want to make sure that there's clarity to the community as well.
Yes, I should have brought that up, so thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Troy. But Dr. Beelan and his team did send out a message to any student who has selected as being interested in the CNA course last week to say, we're not going to be able to offer it here at Huntley this year. We're planning on doing it, the following year. So if you're a junior, hang on, we're going to hope to do it. Or if you want to go ahead and enroll over at MCC, we don't want to take away that opportunity to those kids. So that message did go out last week to each of those families, right, Dr. Beelan? Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
No, thank you.
Do you know what the cost is then for students to take it at MCC then, or is it part of our curriculum just taken at MCC? Are they enrolling in a class, an MCC class? So parents then need to pay the tuition in the class for that, as opposed to if it was taken at the high school?
So
Or would there have been an equivalent type of fee?
there would have been an equivalent, it's a little more by doing it at MCC, but
Okay.
because you still have to pay for the exams, the tasks, and do all those different parts of the certification. But this year, back in November, when we did our course approvals, we did talk about as a team that, the cost for taking those MCC courses would be on our families, moving forward. So just like any of our other courses, the fire science course, the, different courses at MCC, parents would be picking up that fee.
Okay.
Yeah, but when it's at the high school, it's less, a little bit of a less fee, for that, but it varies a little bit higher for MCC.
So is it still on the table possible for fall, or is it, probably not, we're talking fall of 27?
So we're talking fall of 27.
Fall of 27 would be
because-
the earliest.
Because with the way the course schedule is working right now, Dr. Beelan, they have to have that all finalized in the next month or so.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to hold back any student who really wanted to take CNA and then us not be able to have the right staff member or the right, endorsements, or not be approved for some reason with IDPH, and we need to do some more work to get that ready and then have those kids not have something to go to.
Is it a two-year program? Is it a one?
It's a 1 year.
It's a 1 year, okay,
It's 1 year.
okay.
Mainly
So then that
because
has, so then it's not like, oh, I have to start 1 year here and 1 year, it's
Correct.
a 1 year program?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Marino, that's why we want to make sure with some of the openings that we will have in our health services, that we are proactive in making sure that we now know what those requirements are. There's a nursing coordinator, as well as some different certifications or classes that an individual would have to take. So we can get that training in either one of our employees now, so that they're ready to go,
Yep.
because we do not want to be in this place next year saying, oh, we're gonna bump it one more year. This has been something that's been looked at for a number of years. We want to be able to provide that for our students. So, getting that staffing piece ready to go for next school year, but then we'll be ready to go with the students, moving forward. Dr. Beelan, do you remember how many students had shown an interest for this? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, it was,
Was it 16?
yeah, and part of it was just interest, right, and not knowing. We did have a number of students that, actually came to inquire prior to, even after the communication went out. Just not knowing, but just the interest behind it, so.
Okay.
We have been able to secure a location, right, Dr. Beelan, to have the class, and also we have some of the hospital beds that we are able to have, because you have to have beds to be able to practice on. So we've been trying to do some of that work for sure. So we're ready and committed. We just want to do it the right way, and we don't want a kid in August to all of a sudden realize you have a hole in your schedule and something you really hoped to do, we can't provide.
We'll also be looking at some of our local hospitals just to see what, we partner with them already. We are thinking about our medical academy, the residency, and all of that. What opportunities maybe that they would have to be able to provide, maybe some guidance or expertise, or maybe no individuals who are out there, so.
We
we have had this, Renee St. Clair, who came and is really leading the charge. We actually had a meeting, last week that Mr. Weedoff went to with Ms. St. Clair. We have an advisory board of individuals who, know about the Crystal Lake programs and so forth from other surrounding schools who, I just want to thank them for the work that they're doing to just even provide just some of that insight. We did have a donation for the program that we're tracking as well in terms of how we utilize that money in terms of buying supplies that will happen over the course of next year. Once we get past the IDPH and the approval of that, then we'll be full steam ahead, but we'll actually be ahead of the game because there's a lot of resources that we'll be able to gather over the course of next school year in preparation for students.
All right. Can you move on to the next topic?
Yeah.
Okay. The second topic, we have our middle school science materials for approval. And so this year, we've been going through a review for our science curriculum, K-12. As I had shared, we are not looking to make major changes for elementary school to science. We are going to be updating just a couple of their units that they do in Explore class, specifically fifth grade with space. We found a gap in our curriculum where we're not really covering space as in depth as we should. And so we're going to cover that through Explore, and I think kids will love that. At the middle school level, we did land on a final decision to continue with Amplified Science, which is their current material that they're using at the middle school level. So I have a 6-year contract before you right now to put on 30-day review for approval at the March meeting. What this will include is 6 years of digital materials. And then because it's so long and they have not updated their copyright lately, we asked them for the right to update if their copyright changes. And so we didn't want to be locked into, in the 2016 version when they do something new and we're stuck there. So we went ahead and have that included in here. And so the $170,280 is for the renewal of that Amplify for the next 6 years. The teams have been meeting together to start to look at their scope and sequence and make changes in the order of the units that they're doing, writing some assessments, and then really identifying more hands-on opportunities for our kids. That came out from, I believe, actually our students the other day in their student superintendent advisory group, as well as some teachers, saying they want kids to have more hands-on opportunities and more labs and more opportunities to just try and, do some of that project-based learning. And so that's what we have before you. They will continue to staff to meet the spring and into the summer, and the plan would be to have full implementation of any revisions to their maps for fall of 2026. And so I did include just the scope and sequence of the different topics from Amplify, as well as the quotes for that. Any questions?
Any questions about the middle school science materials?
I kind of have a sidebar question. So your timing is pretty good on this, as far as the hands-on approach to learning. I was a judge at the District 300 Science Fair last night and got to see how those students had put together projects on their own time, plus during school time. Teachers had given them guidelines on this is what you need to include, this is the trifold, these are the test samples that you take, this is how you present your results, and then this adjudication goes on to another tier of competition. Is that something that we could possibly look at as well for our students?
Writing it down. We currently do not do, a science fair like
Right.
that. I know some teachers do some projects within maybe their classroom if they chose to, but we could definitely have a conversation about what that could look like.
Yeah, they've been doing, I think this is year 69 of this science fair, so it's been going on for quite a long time. This is the 5th time that I've been a judge, but I enjoy seeing what the kids put together, and it's plant-based science, it was computer science, physical sciences. There's all sorts of stuff that they get involved in, and it's really neat to see a field house full of presentations. There were 300 tables. I know District 300 is a different size district than we are, but still, it's 300 tables of students that included 8th grade, I believe. I judged 2 9th grade presentations, And some of the high school students that participate in this are honors students, so it's part of their curriculum to do this kind of work and research and presentation. And it's a great opportunity for them to have public speaking skills and interact with adults, get to know their project, and be able to present it completely, answer questions about what they did and what their thought process was. So it's been something that I've really enjoyed, and would like to see the possibility of it being explored here.
Talk with our department chair and our curriculum directors and see where we can go with that.
Thank you.
I'm curious, do we do anything with the Challenger Learning Center?
We do, so our fifth grade students go on a field trip to the Challenger Learning Center, and that's the only space we have really in our elementary curriculum, but they do, they go this spring. That has gotten pretty expensive for families, just with the cost of what that, looks like, and so we're trying to figure out how to balance that, but it's a great opportunity for students to go, to see that in Woodstock in our own county, so, yeah.
Any other science questions for Dr. McCrindle?
No, just more of a comment, just appreciate the fact that we're going to actually include space. I mean, this is our future. Especially when we look at satellites, technology involving satellites. I just think that this is on par, so congrats. And I guess the question is why not before?
Yeah.
We don't know.
We haven't done it, but I want to give kudos to our Explore team. They've, on our institute days that we've been, we have when we can pull teachers together, they went through and really looked at all of the science standards and just found a gap in what we've offered. And so, I want to give them a huge shout out for identifying that and then finding a unit that would replace that. And, I think they're excited. They're a great group of teachers who really love science, and so they're really trying to do that. So, thank you.
All right, hearing no other questions, we'll go to 5-3, Summer School 2026.
All right, and the last item I have, this is from Dr. Gill and myself, but it's just a highlight of our summer programming that we have to offer. We do have some changes this year that we want to highlight. I did put a summary page as an attachment to the memo that might be easier to look at. It's the second page in the PDF, but at the K-8 level, we offer 3 different options for summer. We have our summer adventure, which is an asynchronous opportunity for all students. It's things that they can do online. It's, if a parent wants them to do 10 minutes of XYZ before they can go play outside or get on a tablet, it's a great opportunity to say, let's do that before you go do something like that. And so we offer that. It's really around review of any of the concepts from the grade level from the prior year. We haven't offered that at the middle school level, and we're going to do it this year. So we're going to send that up to K-8 because we've had some elementary parents say, hey, we missed it, and let's bring it up there. So we're going to work on that for this year. The second option we offer is the Summer Bridge, and this is the in-person summer school. And so at the K-8 level, what that looks like is students are invited based off of their needs. And so if a student is receiving an intervention during the school year or getting English language learner support, they will be invited to this. And if a parent chooses to send them, it's the 4 days a week from 8 a.m. till noon, Monday through Thursday in the month of June to get some extra support in person on literacy, math, social emotional learning, and then we've added executive functioning skills. And the reason we've added that in is we have seen a huge need for our students to really figure out how do you organize yourself best? How do I follow, how do I do a calendar? How do I best get my thoughts going? Because some of our students, especially as they're getting up into middle school, that's what's getting in their way to be able to then access the learning. And so that's a new piece that we're adding to our in-person summer school. And then the last thing we offer are just some summer enrichment courses for 3rd through 8th grade. There's some book clubs, and then we also offer for math for 3rd through 5th grade. Some of our students are newly identified as gifted, and they missed some of the math sequence from the year before, and so we give them a chance to get online with a tutor and be able to close those gaps before they start the next class. So some of the changes that we have, that's at the K-8 level, and then at the high school level, we offer get-ahead courses as well as some credit recovery. And so those courses have not really changed for us, but the major changes that we're doing is at the high school level, instead of offering 2 sessions, the summer 1 and summer 2, we're only going to do session 1. The reason why is the enrollment numbers just didn't really support the need for a second session of that, and so fiscally it just doesn't make sense to do that. And so any students who would have taken session 2, which ended up being maybe 23 students, we're going to say, try it session 1, and just make sure that we really are being fiscally responsible in how we're allocating our time and resources. The other piece that you will see is that there has been an increase in some of our fees. We have not increased our summer school fees in the 8 years that I have been here, and then even before that, a couple of years back. So we've maintained a $50 rate for K-8. Since then, we are going to up it to $100. Our reason is it costs a lot more than that to run that programming, but then also we felt like this was a fair amount. So it was $25 a week for our families to send their kids for 4 hours a day, so 16 hours a week of time with the teacher to help kind of close those gaps. It still does not cover the entire cost of summer school, but it is at least a little bit more towards that. So that would be for the K-8 level. We did not up the fee for our summer enrichment. The summer adventure is no cost. And then the high school courses did go up to $150 from $125. And we're also going to start to put a minimum number on that because we want those get-ahead courses to fund themselves because we are not required to offer them. So that number is about 19 students. So as long as there's 19 or 20 students in there, we should be able to offer that course. And if there aren't, we're going to have to say no. But we're just trying to be fiscally responsible and make sure that the courses that we're offering we can support them within our budget and also provide our students those opportunities. And I believe that is all I had for any types of changes. I can talk ESY too because Dr. Gill is not here. ESY is maintaining the same structure that it always has. It's Monday through Thursday in person. This summer, all of our summer school will be at Chesapeake Elementary for K-5. And that will be for ESY and our elementary students, and then at the high school for our middle school and high school students. And so those are the 2 campuses. We do work with our O&M department to make sure that they get their summer projects done early or late for those 2 schools. So we appreciate your flexibility in making sure that our buildings are open for our kids to be able to access the support they need this summer. With that, I will take you.
And with ESY is an extension from their IEP, so there is not a cost for the families. There is no fee.
Go ahead.
I really want to call out attention to the Summer Bridge program and commend the team on what they've done to really look at this and make it a much richer program is what it sounds like it's going to be. I think the executive functioning piece is going to be extremely important and valuable for our students. And I also like the flexibility piece because I know in the past, or at least my understanding in the past was, only a very small number of IEP students also qualify for ESY. And you have, in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. McGrindle, but in the past, Summer Bridge was really targeted for those students receiving interventions. So this allows for more flexibility to invite additional students that may be in that gap of they're not receiving interventions, they're not getting ESY, but they still need some summer support, and this fills that need.
Correct.
So it's really commendable what's being done.
Thank you.
So, and I honestly don't know the answer to this question, but when we talk about ESY, having a session from June 1st through the 25th, does that fulfill the requirement for ESY? Because that seems like a long time, especially for some of our students to go from June 25th until the middle of August when we come back, to be able to, not lose some of their skills or their routine in that structure. So I just wanted to make sure that that covered.
It's a good question. So it does fulfill the minimum, the requirement that the state would require for an ESY programming. We want to this year evaluate what's the impact of summer school in general on everyone. ESY, our summer school, the Summer Bridge, the online, we're going to look at some data. We're going to set some criteria to say what's working, what's not, because like you said, for some, there are some districts that do a jump start and they do it, a couple weeks before the school year gets started for some students. Some people spread out their ESY a little bit more, and we've just maintained that same structure. And so this year, we're going to put some criteria around how can we evaluate if it's working or not, and then have a bigger conversation just about summer school in general, because some of it, if you look at research, I mean, sometimes summer school for certain kids doesn't really help or hurt, doesn't really help them. And so then when you're spending, resources towards that, is it really the best use of our time, or can we look at it a little differently? So, yes, it does meet the minimum requirements of what we need to do, obviously, but, we're going to be looking at, after this summer, what that looks like and measuring the impact of it,
Yeah.
and maybe making some changes overall if that's what's needed.
Yeah, that'll probably provide some good data to see if, like you said, we need to break that up and do maybe 2 weeks and a break and 2 weeks and a break, or take a bigger break in the beginning and then actually have like a second session so that leading into the school year,
You're in a routine.
it's more of a routine already established. So, and then with regard to Summer Bridge, I know it said invited students, and as Mr. Beckett said, it allows for more students, but what if a student isn't invited and a parent is like, my child really needs this, I believe, is it that opportunity to have that conversation so that the student could participate in Summer Bridge, or?
Yeah, so our building teams really manage that list of the invitations, and so if a building, team, we have a facilitator at each of our buildings who helps manage student data and some conversations with families. If that came up as an option and that was something that would be good and the team got around it, we would support that, obviously. And so we would just want to make sure the team, the team of teachers plus the parent felt like that was a good need, it was a good fit, because it is going back and reviewing the concepts from the prior year, or it's continuing the intervention that they might have received, or getting additional help. So for some kids, it might be boring and not worth it, but then for others, it might be important. So the answer is yes, but it would be a building team decision, to make sure it's the right kids.
Excellent, thank you.
I noticed that a couple programs allow out-of-district students. Can you explain that a little bit to me, and how do we have any problem fulfilling our in-student body first?
That's a great question. So we have, I would say it was Dr. Beal, and I'm going to look over at you. I feel like it's a handful right now of students from out of district. And so who we typically get are maybe students that go to a high school that doesn't offer get-ahead courses. And so we do charge them a little bit more because they're out of district, and we don't know their student, and that's that piece. But we do not let the out-of-district students take a spot of our in-district. So it would only be if we have the spot for that. I would say driver's ed might be an area we typically see out-of-district students coming in because we do offer it throughout the summer, and some school districts don't do that. And then a couple of our get-ahead courses. But good question. But it's really those kids that go to districts or schools that don't offer things in the summer, and they only can come in if we have openings.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Mr. Kemp at the high school manages that whole registration and keeps an eye on that.
I got a question. What is, I see you have social emotional learning dedicated in there. What was the need for that? Did we not meet requirements throughout the year, or what?
That would be for students in an intervention for a social emotional need. So we do have students who are getting support maybe for managing their emotions, or trying to regulate themselves, or learning how do I show up in a classroom? How do I make sure I'm being a good friend to Sharon sitting right here? And so that would be for those students, if that is part of what their intervention was, to have time to be able to continue that learning.
So do they do that? Do they keep that focus throughout the whole year? And so they need to do it even more in the summer?
Well, that's a good question. That depends on which student and how they're responding. And so some kids do need help all year long. Other kids get an intervention, and maybe in 2 or 3 weeks after some reteaching, we're like, you're good, and we don't need to focus on that more. So it's very fluid, and I would say social emotional learning is probably the most irregular intervention that we have, because it's so dependent on a student's need and what they're bringing to us each and every day. We also have some students who might do something really well for a while, and then something happens, and they take a few steps back, and we have to step back in and reteach and try again, and that would be, we'd have to bring that intervention again for that purpose. But because our summer programming is focused on interventions, and we offer academic interventions as well as social emotional ones for our school year, that's why it's built in there.
So is that data based on like observations from the teachers, or is it off of data from the screener?
It is a yes to both of those, so a mix of that. So you would use the data from the screener, which could come from students if they filled it out at the secondary level, or from teachers at the elementary level, giving feedback on how a student is doing. And then also just from behavior referrals, taking a look at just what's happening within the classroom, what teachers are seeing as a mixture of different ideas that kind of help identify what's needed.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions regarding summer school? Hearing no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Craddy for the Finance Committee.
Actually, can I jump in real
Oh,
quick?
right.
I'm so sorry, this is not for discussion, and it's not on here because we just received an email today. But I think that we just talked about some continuous improvement, and when we think about student growth and success and the things that are going on, it fits really well with curriculum and instruction. So I wanted to share that we received an email today. As you know, we partner with EAB, which is a national research organization. It's very well respected in the nation, and they have started a high performance district award, and this is their inaugural year. And that they select a district, or will be selecting a district nationwide for this high performance district award. And we were notified today that Huntley 158 is going to be recognized and receiving this inaugural high performance district award. And here's what I wrote. There'll be more, and next week it will get pushed out with a press release, and they're going to do a little blog and tell our story. But this award recognizes districts that exemplify what EAB's research shows matters most for sustained improvement, clear priorities, strong alignment, and the organizational capacity to translate strategy into day-to-day practice. Huntley's work through their Huntley 2030, your use of portraits to anchor your decision-making, your commitment to transparency and shared ownership stood out as compelling examples of a district truly built for continuous improvement. So I just had to share that today. There'll be more that we will share with the rest of the story and that award when it comes in. But we did receive that today, and I wanted to congratulate the board and our district team and every person that works out there in our buildings, because continuous improvement doesn't just start with one, it starts with everyone. And it really, again, shows the great work that's happened here at 158. So congratulations to all of you and our team and our staff and students.
Fantastic.
All right.
Again, a round of applause.
6.1, monthly fiscal updates, Mr. Altman.
Thank you. I love following great news like that, so we are jumping into fiscal, so let's keep it high here. On the monthly fiscal update, just I want to note two things that didn't make it to the memo. Number one is the Skyward implementation. If you recall, we are doing a Skyward implementation for human resources, payroll, and fiscal services with an anticipated go-live date of April 1st. And last week, we had the Skyward folks down with the HR folks and our payroll folks down in the basement for 3 days, 3 full days, working on a mock payroll. And all was very successful. I think the HR folks, the payroll folks were very excited to get into the system and make sure it worked. They actually ran a mock payroll and then ran that same payroll in ADP just to make sure that every single number ticked and tied, and fortunately it did. So things are going really well, and we'll continue to move forward, and we'll keep the board apprised, but did want to kind of give you that little note on the Skyward implementation. As well as last week, Dr. Zara and myself had a chance to meet with the transportation department and work with them to better understand what their busing needs were for next year. And so they pulled together a bus bid, and they're going to be sending that out shortly for 2 activity buses as well as 2 54-passenger buses. The 2 activity buses that we currently have today, they're pretty old. They're like 10 plus years old, have a lot of miles on them. And the need within our fleet, that we have a need for 2 54 passengers versus replacement of any others that we have. So it's actually a good thing. Because based on last year's 5-year plan and what we had in the budget for FY27 was about double that amount. So in 2 weeks, is also part of this fiscal update, I will be presenting the first draft of the budget. We generally prepare the first draft of the budget in March or April for the board. We're moving that forward based on the work that we need to do. The work that we need to do to really find resources, allocate resources, and make sure that we are tracking appropriately, not just for FY27, but we're tracking appropriately for FY28 and beyond, because I think we all talked about the 5-year plan over previous meetings, and we've got some really tough decisions to make. So With that, I just want to let you know about the budget, the first drafts of the budget that you'll see in 2 weeks. Any other questions, maybe on monthly fiscal update? No? You want me just to roll on to the executive summary?
Payables.
Okay, in front of you, you have the 6-month ended December 2025 financial executive summary. I'm going to share this. I'm not sure if Mr. Ruth has had the opportunity to look at this or if he has it up on his screen, if everybody does have it up on his screen. But last month, there was some concerns about the financial executive summary and maybe the ease of how to read that and understand that. And I want to make sure that the whole board really kind of understands this document. And I'm really, I want to focus the conversation on the finance committee because, I've been here 17 years. And maybe 15 and a half, 16 years ago, I remember vividly working with Tony Quigliano and Kevin Gentry and Mike Scala at the time. I used to call them 2 CPAs and an entrepreneur, those guys, to create this document. And it really hasn't changed for the past 16 years. But I do want to walk through it because I recognize that we do have a lot of new faces. We do have a lot of new board members, and I can't expect every single board member to understand the financial executive summary. So I do want to walk through this at a very high level. On page 1, right, we have a
Mr. Altmeyer,
yes.
we are looking for that document.
It's
Um,
6.3, I think.
It's under 6.3.
6.3, yeah.
Okay.
Did you find it?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, revenue and expenditure summary. So the document opens up with a chart, right? And it outlines local, state, and federal revenues, and then it proceeds to provide types of expenses broken out into 6 different groupings. And this chart is the same way in which we present information to the state of Illinois, right? It mirrors the AFR, the annual financial report that we submit to the state on an annual basis. It also mirrors everything we do within, right, our general ledger. We have 4,000 accounts within our general ledger, 4,000. When I was in corporate working for a $4 billion organization, we had 300, 4,000. So we have to group things in a way for which they're hopefully understandable and readable and they make sense. But looking at local and state revenues, I do want to highlight the local revenues, right, is primarily property taxes, but it also includes corporate personal property replacement taxes. It also includes the registration fees that we ask our parents to contribute, right? It also includes interest earnings. It also includes food services revenues, the monies we collect for breakfast and lunches from our kiddos. State revenues are pretty straightforward. That's evidence-based funding formula as well as the categorical grants. The categorical grants are those 2 reimbursement grants, transportation as well as private facility. And then on the federal side, we've got a handful of things totaling about $3.9 million in the budget. And those handful of things are primarily Medicaid, the IDEA grants, the National School Lunch grants, the title grants. Those are the things that make up primarily the federal revenues that we receive. And if you see to the far right-hand side, we always put for every month the percentage of the year-to-date column versus the FY26 budget. So you can see we're trending and tracking at about 47% of revenues 6 months into the year. I'd love for that to reach 50%, but there is a time lag on almost every revenue we have. There's a time lag on property taxes and the timing of when we collect those. There's a time lag on how often we collect CPPRT. There's a time lag on interest earnings based on, the maturity date of a lot of our investments, right? So there's a time lag on almost everything. There's certainly a time lag on state revenues, even though the state pays us monthly. They don't pay us monthly typically in the months July and August. And even so, they often fall behind on their categorical payments, and we're sometimes 3 or 4 months behind in receiving those payments from the state of Illinois. And then certainly on the federal side, the IDEA grant is a reimbursement grant. And we have to expend that money and then file for the reimbursement before we receive that. So there's certainly always going to be a lag of revenue when you're looking at these monthly financial statements. And I'll say why that's important here in a minute. But then you look at the 6 categories, of expenses. Salaries speaks for themselves. Anything to do with salaries, substitute teaching, what we're paying every single employee, that's the salary line item. Employee benefits, primarily health insurance, but it's payroll taxes as well. It includes TRS pension, IMRF pension payments, as well as Social Security, Medicare, things of that Purchase services, you know, we budget 11.9 million. There's a lot of large items in purchase services, liability insurance, property insurance, workman's comp insurance. That's about $1.3 million. We pay that in the month of July. We pay that right out of the gate. There's a lot of software in there. There's contract custodial, that's $2.4 million. So there's a lot of large purchase service items that fall in that line item. The audit, legal fees, those are all purchase services. Supplies and materials, $8.3 million budgeted, right? That it generally flows evenly, more evenly throughout the year than any other line item. But that includes things like laptops, Chromebooks that we do upfront purchase those, usually in the month of July. We also have energy. Energy is actually a supply. We have new adoptions. We have textbooks. We have instructional supplies. We have capital outlay, all of which generally happens in the month of July and August when the kiddos aren't in the buildings. And last year we had pavement improvements. We had the high school chiller. We had carpeting, right? And 2.7 million of the 2.9 million was paid in the months of July and August. And why do I tell you all of that? Because those are examples of timing lag. And so you can see the total operating expenses year to date are totaling $70.3 million, or 51% of the overall budget. And so the combination of the lagging of revenue and the upfronting of expenses is why you're looking at a net operating deficit currently of 5.4 million. That's normal, right? It's normal because of the lag of revenue. It's normal because of the timing difference on how we spend our money. In fact, we want a lot of the buildings to really spend their money early in the year, because we don't want them to save it until April or May, right? Because if they're saving it until April or May, it's really not getting into the hands of the kids, right? They're not spending it as they should be spending it. So it all depends how you look at those things. So I did want to note that. And then usually on the bottom of the page, we outline for the board or for the finance committee the large revenues that were received during the month. We outline for the finance committee the large expenses that were paid during the month. We also show at the bottom of the page what our current cash and investment balance is. The current cash and investment balance is about $57.9 million in the month of December. The month of September is our highest cash balance of the year because that's after we collect our property taxes, okay? So we do trend that. There is a chart that you will see on page 4. But when you get to page 2 of the financial executive summary, we also show you at a very high level every single major cash expenditure that happened in the month of December. So it gives you a quick view of, hey, what did we spend our money on this month? Right? Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's why we talk about health insurance every month, because we spent $1.5 million in the month of December. You'll see UMB Bank there, that's bond interest. Mr. Bobby asked a question about, hey, how often do we make our mortgage payment? How often do we pay our bond and interest? That's a great question, because that's also a very large timing difference. We generally pay our bond and interest in the month of January, small amount in January. We spend a large amount in February, so this month, in fact, we just wired yesterday, $8.9 million. So the majority of our bond and interest is paid in the month of February, with small amounts being paid in the months of July and August. So you will see that in the month of February. So that's how we spend our funds. We also share with you major revenues received, if you see that, and then we have a whole section on health insurance for which we talk about every month. December 2025, not so good. 1.4 million in claims. Not the largest of the year, but obviously we are continuing to trend over budget on health insurance claims, which is tough, right? There's a chance that we can end up $1 million to $1.5 million over on health. We're doing what we can. Obviously, we want the healthiest employees we can have, independent, but we'll continue to monitor that line item and keep the board apprised. And then lastly, the last 2 pages are dashboards. Dashboards for revenues, for the major items that we talked about, and major items on the expenditure side. Indicated in red, yellow, or green. Red isn't always bad because of the time lag. But what we did add a few years ago, we added a prior year-to-date column so that you can compare the year-to-date revenue versus a prior year-to-date revenue and feel comfortable that, yeah, okay, it makes sense. It makes sense that, you know, Idea Room and Board, for instance, is a low amount, even though we have $1.9 million budgeted for that revenue line item. But we haven't spent it yet, we haven't received the reimbursement yet, minus receiving the reimbursement, we don't recognize and record that reimbursement. On the expenditure side, I do want to note, we did add legal fees, right? There was some question about legal fees last month. And so I did want to add that there, because for the month of December, you can see we're tracking at 34,000 legal fees on a $100,000 budget. We did reduce our budget this past year on legal fees. Mrs. Gill, you know, expressed that she has been working very hard over the last 2 years to lower that line item. Back 2 years ago, in FY '24, which is not on this chart, we were trending at about $100,000 in legal fees at this time. And in FY '24, we ended the year with $181,000 of legal fees. Knock on wood, we're not going to be anywhere near that, because over the last 2 years, I think the administration here at the district, as well as special education, we've worked really hard at making sure that we're trying to only contact the attorneys when we truly need to contact the attorneys. I can't say that was the case several years ago, but I can absolutely tell you that is the case now. So I did want to share that line item, that we added that to the key operating expenditures. And with that, I wanted to share that with the Finance Committee, because if you see anything that you would like changed, or if you see anything that you would like us to add, we have no problem in doing that. I want to qualify that, though, a little bit, because I did mention the Skyward implementation. And with the Skyward implementation, well, we might have a few additional bells and whistles that I might throw at you, but certainly we will work towards getting a financial executive summary that is to your liking, for sure. So I did want to open this up to the Finance Committee to see if there was anything that you would like us to add or change or think about moving forward.
Question for you about page 4 of the executive summary, second page of the dashboard.
Yes, and that's typically the balance sheet. I didn't cover the balance sheet, but we generally provide the balance sheet to everybody, so that you can see the key line items that we do track on the balance sheet, as well as the AFR data and the cash balances. I think I know what question you're going to ask, but go ahead.
Yes, the cash balances, that reflects when the property taxes arrive. Those are the big chunks that show up and then get dispersed over a period of time.
Correct. So you could, and this is the question I thought you were going to ask. It says on the bottom of the chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, well, that's the month. So,
Yeah.
so 1 is July, so we're going to fix that. I just noticed that earlier today.
I figured it was fiscal year,
and I
so it makes sense that month 1 of the fiscal year is July.
And I have readers on, and I can barely read, which is FY '25 and FY '26, so we're gonna increase the font size of that too. But yes, this is a chart that shows you the months of the year that we typically receive the most property taxes. So that's why you see in the month of September, number 3, and in the month of 12, which is June, July, we start really receiving the majority of those payments in June, excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the financial executive summary?
I had just a quick question, and I don't know if this is possible or if it's not too convoluted, but is there any way to list the fund numbers, like, near some of these things to get like a better idea as to which?
No, unfortunately, if I broke out funds, right, I would have to break out funds for local, state, federal, and then these 6 groupings.
Okay.
And so you would have 6 different pages of analysis,
Okay.
rather than just write simply the operating statement. You know, I came from corporate America, and I'm a CPA, and I understand generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, okay?
Mhm.
This is all GASB, this is fund accounting. I tell everybody, I'm not a huge fan of fund accounting, because fund accounting is why we have 4,000 general ledger accounts, and it's broken up into transportation and operations and maintenance and the education fund and bond and interest. And really, we are one large organization. And this large organization, whether it's transportation, operations and maintenance, or education, we all work together. You know, and we have to be in balance from an operating perspective. We have to make priority decisions based on that. versus a fund-by-fund basis. So that's why we present this on an operating point, and then you got a little flavor of what I really think about governmental accounting, but it does what it's supposed to do, for sure.
Is most of the information on page 2, our non-salary major cash expenditures, are those mainly then Fund 10? Is that?
Well, fund, could be, a lot of that could be Fund 20, right? It could be buses, it could be that, that's 40. If there's things in here, GSF, that's, that's Fund, that's the Operations and Maintenance Fund, that's Fund 20. The UMB Bank bond and interest, that's Fund 30. Yeah, so they're all over the place.
Okay.
I think what's really important for my finance committee and the community to know is where are we spending our money for the month?
Mhm.
And that's why we're providing this.
Okay, thank you.
And if you wanted a feel for how the account numbers are listed, go to the payables report, take a look at the accounts payable report. You can see how long those account numbers are.
Yeah, that's a whole other.
And that'll,
And then, yeah, even when you're looking at them, just one number changes, and it almost seems like they're duplicated in their description.
Yeah, because they are. Each of those segments is represented in a unique way, but it's also repeated, like, by school and by, it really is nuts to take a look at it and how that's all separated out, and that's why there's so many of these accounts that are listed the way it's broken down. And that's just the AP report over a couple pages. Believe Mr. Altmeyer, when you give us the budget, and it's like 1.5 inches thick, it's got a listing of all those account numbers that are listed in there.
Yeah, generally for the first several drafts of the budget, I try not to do that to you. But for the final budget, for transparency's sake, we do provide that list of expenditures account by account.
Is our investment portfolio in-house, or do you have outside?
We use, well, it used to be PMA, now it's PTMA, an asset manager, one of the largest asset managers for school districts across the country. So we use them as financial advisors. But we also use, really, the majority of our investments are with PTMA. They help us place those really safe and secure, right? Treasuries and CDs, right? We're not allowed to do equities. And then we also use Fifth Third, I think, on the CD side, because working with two different providers seems to put us in a sweet spot of trying to find those CDs with the higher rates. And usually we get a better deal on a lot of the CDs that we purchase than some of the treasuries, most of the treasuries. A lot of them are short-term in nature because we don't have a lot of long-term cash available, right? I think we have $8 to $10 million that we can invest beyond a year or so. Which is the importance of maintaining a 25% fund balance, is so that we do have resources to invest, so that we don't run out of cash come May before the property taxes come in June.
So it's safe to say your portfolio balance is a year and a half, something like that?
Correct, that's the part that would go up, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we have some small amounts sitting at 2 years, if it was a really good rate.
I appreciate you walking through this, Mr. Altmeyer, because I think, even though I know you've explained this in previous meetings, just the detailed walkthrough, just at least for now, the average person looking at this with their basic business looks at, oh, wait, year-to-date, negative 5.4, but when you explain the timing, there's a story behind that number, and even with the timing and payments. The question I had is, I'm probably going to botch the acronym, IABA, the Illinois Association of Business.
IASBO.
See, I knew it.
Oh, okay.
IASBO?
IASBO.
I knew I screwed up.
School Business Officials.
Yeah, IASBO, when you mentioned that there's been a state delay in the categorical payment, sometimes you said 3 to 4 months. Is IASBO, did they have a legislative liaison to advocate at the state level? Because this obviously is impacting all the districts across the state that could say, hey, state, this is free cash flow.
Yeah.
Is there any?
Well, we
advocacy of that?
do, and so just there's something that's called the Alliance, and the Alliance is the Superintendent's Association, the School Board Association, well, the Alliance used to be. School Board Association, the Superintendent's Association, the Principals Association, and the School Business Association, all working together, to drive change. So Vision 2030, right, was the Alliance working together with superintendents, with school business officials, with board members, to create a plan, right, to drive that type of change in the future. We do have a lobbyist, and we have one lobbyist essentially between the three organizations, school board, superintendents, as well as the school business. So we do have representation down legislatively. We do try to make waves at the state level. But what we have learned, what I've learned over 17 years, if the state is out of money, there's nothing ISB can do about it, really. And it would be ISB fighting that fight on our behalf versus the legislators. I mean, we're all screaming and kicking. If you've heard what happened with Cook County, right? I don't know if you've heard about Cook County sending out their tax bills 6 months late. Imagine being a Cook County school district and not receiving your $40 million, your $80 million. There's some school districts, CPS, $1 billion. They didn't that. Imagine not being able to invest $1 billion or not having cash to pay bills, right? There's schools that ran out of money because of that, and a lot of it's really successful. I mean, I hate to say that, but really good question.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, anything else for revenue and expenditures? Okay, 6.4, fiscal year 26, 27.
Did we go through the payables one?
No, we didn't, yeah, so, nothing to add on payables, thank you. But if anybody has any questions on the payables, I'd be happy to answer anything you may have.
I'm good, I just want to make sure we covered it.
To move that forward. Yep, thank you.
Okay, 6.4.
6.4, okay, this is great. You know, I mentioned I've been here 17 plus years, and there's one thing I know for sure is, when we draft a budget, we allocate resources. It not only impacts our students, for next year, but it impacts the students for future generations, right? It impacts our students for the next 13 years. I sometimes talk about this when we do the levy, and I reflect being here 17 years. I get to reflect upon all the things that we have done over the past 13 years. And I say 13 years because that's kindergarten through 12th grade. I look down at Nico and Emma, and we've done some great things over the last 13 years. And we've brought a lot of good, great programs. And so everything that we do from a budget perspective, which includes passing the levy, right? We need resources to do the things we're doing. We want to make sure, administration here currently wants to make sure that we have those resources, not just for next year, but we have them for the next 13 years so that the next tranche, I love using that word, tranche of kiddos, will receive the same type of focus and commitment from this community and this board and this group of administrators that the last kiddos received for the last 13 years. So that's part of the reason why, Mark, I'm not going to be around forever either, although I'd like to. We created a KPI under the strategic plan, under the pillar of fiscal stewardship. We created that KPI to implement processes and procedures and systems for internal consistency and transparency around budgeting and resource allocation between buildings and departments, right? So I've got a lot of things in my head. I've been doing the budget for a long time. Well, we're finally putting it on paper for the Board of Education and for future administrations. And we are enhancing a lot of these processes because understanding the challenges we have with resources in the future. We know resources are going to be scarce. We're going to have to make some hard decisions, whether it's finding ways to increase revenue or finding ways to do the best with what we have. We need to make sure that we have a plan in place, and we need to make sure we have a really good framework in place to do priority decision making. Right? We've been really lucky and fruitful over the last 13, 14, 15 years. We've had resources come in so that when capital projects come up, we know to move forward because we can. when a new program comes up or a new class at the high school comes up, we move forward. It's good for kids and we have the resources. We're getting to a point where we're not gonna have that luxury, and we need a framework, we need a plan in place with not just myself, not just with cabinet, but we need a plan in place with all of administration and everybody on the same page, almost like we need to build a culture around this so that we're all on the same page and we're setting priorities together. That's really not what this is. What this is, a budget timeline outlining to the Board of Education what happens over a 9-month period, okay? But we have built a framework, okay? And over the years, I've used a framework, and that framework is actually from the Governmental Finance Officers Association, if you've ever heard of GFOA. They have a great framework that we are going to use, and we're going to enhance the current processes that we've built internally. And so I've also shared a document with the board. Not only will you see, hey, what do we do on a monthly basis from January through September? And then you'll be able to see why this budget process is a 9-month process. But we also outline the framework, the budget framework of planning and preparing and setting those instructional priorities, and then how do we pay for those priorities, and then implementation, and that's building the budget, and then accountability on a monthly basis to ensure that, well, we're staying within budget. That's the framework, and I've also attached that document, which kind of outlines that framework. And I did that for the board and the community as a starting point, related to this KPI, and in an effort to get things on paper so that we can start building that culture of accountability, that culture of setting priorities together, that culture of making sure that, hey, we all know there's a limited, finite amount of resources, and we need to make decisions, hard decisions, but we need to make those together. All right, I said a lot. So that is the budget timeline. I'd love to answer any questions. Mr. Troy, I'll throw this out there for you, Mr. Troy. Mr. Troy also has a nice little chart and graph if you're a visual person that outlines from a property assessment and property tax cycle perspective, how it all works, because it's a little complicated. Probably don't have time to walk through it here, but you do have it. Always feel free to call me. I'm always open to questions. And I could walk you through the financial executive summary. I could walk you through the budget, or I could walk you through this handout as well. But I'd like to open it up to see if there's any questions on the budget development timeline.
Any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to 6.5, athletic fee proposal.
Okay, all right, the next two agenda items are never easy to present, right? It's almost like the levy, right? It's something that, well, we need to do. We have to make sure we have, because we need to make sure we have resources available to do what we're meant to do for our students, right? Having the resources to cover programming, having the resources to cover extracurriculars, having the resources to really cover everything. With the athletics and activity participation fees, this is a memo outlining what our current fees are, right? And so the middle school athletics and activities participation fee are both $40. The high school athletics fee is currently $75, and the high school activities participation fee agrees with the middle school amount at $40, right? And we have not, for the last 10 years, we have not increased this fee, right? I think I'm proud to say we haven't increased our registration fees for 13 years, and we haven't increased our athletic and or participation fees in 10 years. We continue to have one of the lowest tax rates around. But we're at a time where I think we need to review these things and look at these things. Understanding what other school districts are charging for athletics and registration fees, and we'll talk about registration fees in the next memo. You can see we're also one of the lowest, right? So I included a chart outlining what the middle school fees for FY26 were from neighboring school districts, and we're down at the bottom with Harvard, with other school districts, middle school districts charging as much as $75 and $100. Whether it's Woodstock, Crystal Lake, District 300, or even McHenry Middle School. So what we're proposing on the middle school side, and on the last page, page, I do outline a summary of all of our recommendations. The recommendation is to increase the middle school athletic participation fee from $40 to $65. And at $65, if you look at the chart, it's right in the middle. We're not asking the community to be the highest, but we are asking for an increase because over the last 10 years, we know one thing is for sure, everything has gone up, right? Whether it's coaching salaries, whether it's stipends, the cost of a referee, an officiating individual has almost doubled in the last 13 years. Equipment, supplies, maintenance of our fields, everything has gone up significantly. So the increase is kind of justification to cover those increases in cost for which we have not asked for over the last 10 years. We also asked to increase the high school athletic participation fee from $75 to $100. Okay. We asked the board to increase the middle and high school activity participation fee from $40 to $65. I did note on page 1, there is a distinction, right? We have 100+ clubs and activities. This is not for every single club or activity. This participation fee on the activity side is really for activities with IHSA competitions and or require transportation and or whereby the district has committed a significant contribution, such as for the musicals and the plays, to pay for royalties, to pay for costume and costume designs and things of that nature. So listed out here are those activities that pertain to the participation fee. So the request and the recommendation by administration at the district is to increase the middle and high school activity participation fee from $40 to $65. But then we want to do something a little different that we've never done. And if you've noticed the chart on page 3, there are several districts there that offer a family cap maximum, just on the athletic fee side. There's no district that does that on the registration fee side. And you can see $400 max per family, and that's a calculation of, you know, if they have 4 athletes or they have an athlete with multiple seasons and they have multiple kids, it would be a $400 per max per family rate. So using the same numbers and the same methodology, we do feel like that would be a good thing for our families. So at both levels, we ask that the board approve and implement an athletic fee per family maximum per year at each level, middle school, high school, at $260 for the middle school, and a family maximum, a $400 for the high school family maximum. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Like I said, this is never easy to bring these things to the community. We don't like increasing our taxes. We don't like increasing our fees. We don't like increasing our lunch rate every year by 10 cents. But sometimes we need to do these things to make sure we have resources for our kiddos.
I have 2 questions. One is, how much of an impact does increasing these fees have on our overall budget?
Yeah, great question. For the athletic fee side, the increase in fees that you're seeing there would bring to the district approximately $60,000 of additional revenue. I do have, based on, last year's participation on the athletics and participation side, I do have those numbers if you're interested in seeing those. At the high school level, for instance, last year we had approximately over 1,600 athletes and activities participate in various things. At the middle school, we had almost 1,933 students participate. Probably a little higher than that because, in some instances, we do a fee waiver and free and reduced and things of that nature. But the calculation of the dollars that we did receive divided by the fees kind of gives us the how many folks paid the fee.
Thank you. And my second question is, I want to be clear on something that you said. This increase is not adjusting staff stipends. This increase is to cover additional costs like busing, referees, field maintenance,
equipment,
that kind of
correct.
stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So what about the fundraising stuff that all the students have to do for the athletes?
Well, yeah, that's clearly separate from this. So we're
No, I know, I'm just saying we're upping this to get more money. and we're gonna have the kids do the telethons that they have to do to ask for money.
Well, on the activity side, whether you're part of, maybe you're part of, the Skills USA, or you're part of Snow Raiders, or you're part of some other club that is raising money to buy uniforms, or you're part of the football team and you're raising money to raise money for the football program so that you could do, your summer camp, or you could, purchase equipment for the team. That is outside of what we're asking for here. We, as a team, the athletic director, Mr. Beelen, and the team are still looking at, and, obviously on the crowdfunding side, we're working to solidify one crowdfunding company, that will benefit every club that wants to do a fundraiser in that fashion. I'm not sure I can answer your question because that's not really what this agenda item is about. But I'm trying to give you some feedback that it is being looked at.
Mr. Altmeyer,
Yes.
going back to what I said with the student presentation is the why behind things, and what I think we're trying to get at here is, I'm not sure how many student athletes and parents and families know the difference between the $100 registration versus the fundraisers, and maybe doing a better job of explaining, well, this registration goes to cover this busing fee. The fundraisers go for our team equipment, our team uniforms, where I'm not sure if the family sees I have to pay this much and then, I have to fundraise and do this, where it's like, they just see one number, not the, well, it goes here and here and here.
Yeah, and we talked about that, and we were talking about that at the high school level to make sure that, any activity club doing fundraising, number one, is voluntary, right? It's following the policy that we have as a district, but it's also making sure that when we do that fundraising, it's very clear to the community as to why and to what those funds are going to be used for. And we are talking about, and we have talked about, there are some activity accounts that are carrying balances, right? Balances that are material in nature, and they're using that money for various things. But we need to let the community know, we need to let the parents know, the people that are contributing on that fundraiser side, as to exactly why we're fundraising. So that is part of what we are working through.
And part of what you mentioned, this offering, is in regards to referees fees, which have also gone up significantly as well. And so the fundraising that students do is not to address cost of refereeing these matches and competition.
Correct. Fundraising does not cover any of the costs that we're talking about. Those are costs that are borne by, right, the district. If you're part of a club or an activity, Snow Raiders, and they're raising money, it's for some purpose. It just needs to be very clear to the community as to why that fundraising. Which, thank you for that comment.
I was gonna say, 'cause that's still yet to see sometimes with certain.
Thank you for that feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions on the athletic and activities participation piece?
So are we saying that, our spending was over budget?
No, I wouldn't say that, because what I can say is it's continuing, the increase in cost for all of those items is continuing to put more and more pressure on the athletics budget, on Dr. Beelen's budget, on the middle school's budget. We have, over the past, I can tell you on a per student basis, pretty much, we have kept the building budgets flat. We have not, even though the consumer price index has increased 5%, 2 years in a row, plus 2.9% last year, even though prices are increasing. Mr. Beelen, have I increased your budget? No. We're asking them to do more with less. And it gets to a point where we're running into challenges whereby, let me give you an example, right? The athletics director wants to do certain things and we don't have it within the budget. So what's the first thing the athletic director does? She may talk to the boosters, right? For certain things. Or maybe clubs are starting to fundraise for things that maybe they shouldn't be fundraising for. So that's some of the things that we're running into. So that's where these funds would come into play.
And Mr. Altmeyer, the fee does not cover the the year
Oh,
of
not
athletics,
even close.
similar to summer school. It helps offset,
Right.
but there's still a large portion of our budget that does go towards supporting the athletics and activities.
You can appreciate what we spend on athletics and activities, and the fees we're talking about here approximate $155,000. It's not a lot of money, right? But what we're asking for is to increase those fees, to be better in line with a lot of other districts and to help us offset some of the, increases that we are seeing.
So I have, a request of Mr. Craddy, the chair of the finance committee, and you can tell me if we can't do this, is because I know there's two proposals on the agenda to increase fees. Can we hold on deciding if we move this forward until we discuss the second proposal? Because I feel like there's two fee increases, but they're separate proposals. Or do we have to decide if we move it forward because of this agenda item?
So, help me understand that, because I think the registration fee is completely separate from the.
It is, but it's still, we're talking about raising fees, like completely. So from a parent perspective, talking about raising fees from both registration and athletics. And I think I want to hear the proposal for the registration as well, because it's, even though they're two separate things, we're talking about, from a parent perspective, we're raising fees in two areas.
It's gonna hit two places at once.
Yes, exactly.
Good.
I laid that up.
Yeah.
I mean, we can definitely do that. The one thing first of all, like, let's remember, we're in the committee of the whole, so let's work through the committees first and then to the rest of the board. But one question I had was the activity participant fee from 40 to 65, that is separate from the family maximum. I think we just need to be clear on that. Right?
Correct. I think I'm trying to understand your question.
So, okay, so for instance, my 3 kids play 5 sports. I'm gonna have a $400 fee maximum.
Maximum, but separated between the levels. So there's a family maximum at the middle school level.
Understood.
Family maximum.
Understood.
at the high school
Sorry,
level.
I have 3 high school kids in
Okay.
this example. But if they're in 2 activities, it's gonna be additional because it's the 260 and the 400 max are on athletic fees only.
Correct, it's only for athletic teams.
Okay, just wanna make sure that's clear to everyone.
And we would, we'll have that on the website and we'll track that internally as well, at the high school and at the middle school.
The basis of my question is, if I'm a parent, and I, like using your example, Mr. Craddy, and I have 3 high schoolers, and they're all in sports, my total out-of-pocket is what I care about. I don't care about where it's going as a parent, and that's why I'm wondering if we can hear the entire proposal from both buckets of both activity fees as well as registration fees proposal before we decide to move this one forward to the consent agenda.
Yeah, I don't mind that, I mean, but again, I think I understand what you're saying, it's both out of pocket, but at the end of the day, it's still 2 separate line items. And I think when you hear the registration piece, if I remember the conversation correctly, it is more of there's just not an early bird.
Correct, and I'll walk through the proposal on the registration piece.
So let's just make sure we don't have any more questions.
Right, if the committee, opts to move this forward, it can still be pulled at the board meeting, still be talked about at the board meeting. I think
Maybe that's the way we do it then.
It'll still be voted upon at the board meeting.
We do it that way, I'm good with that.
Right, if you keep it in the committee and decide at the committee level what to do, but I understand. You decide at the committee level what to do based on input from all board members after the committee is done looking at it.
Mike, like, on the athletic fees, the 10-year gap kind of bothers me. Like lunch, we go and we add a dime to it or a nickel to it, just to maintain that every year. And on this one, we didn't. And it hasn't been reviewed or looked at or decided, in a decade. So now, from that standpoint, this becomes a quantum leap of sorts, jump-wise, just for parents and households.
That's my feedback on it, it's something that we should treat similar to the school lunches, and maybe not review it every year, but maybe at least 2 or 3.
Yeah, and I would agree 100%. Moving forward, I think we're going to need to do that.
I just want to reiterate, when we talk again about, crowdfunding, that it is not just, students are, I know that we say that fundraising is supposed to be optional and voluntary, but it really, the transportation and all of it is, I guess, shared with the athletes. Like, this is what you're crowdfunding for. When you raise this money, it goes towards transportation. So it's incorporated in things.
The fundraising should be going for transportation and things like that, that's coming out of.
Those are things, so then I want to make sure that our coaches are not telling that to our athletes, because that is being told to them. This is helping us with this, that, and it appears like a double dip, even though it's not. But when kids are coming home and saying, we're fundraising for X, Y, Z, and all of this money is helping to pay for these expenses and to offset it, and then parents are like, well, why are our fees increasing? I think that needs to be communicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody has an athlete that and they haven't heard that transportation and all of these other fees are included. It's always been kind of that $75 pays the insurance, the athlete insurance.
So, and I do understand the fundraising component is a piece of this. However, you have my guarantee that will come back. That policy, they're reviewing that, it will be coming back this spring, right? And so it's not just the crowd source funding component. I know that's one of the things they're looking at. But I want to make sure that we're looking at that policy and hearing some of the concerns that you've all brought up. We've heard them from community members. We'll look at that. We do know that fundraising is an opportunity that people can do, but we need to make sure we're doing it when it's necessary. And so those would be things that, again, that's got to go there. So just because I can fundraise one per sport or club doesn't mean that I have to on an annual basis. And so part of that is going to need to be things that we are going back and re-educating our sponsors, our coaches, that when it comes to that approval process, it's starting with the activity and athletic director. And again, just as Mrs. Berger talked about, Nico, you said, what's the rationale? We are fundraising because we want X, Y, and Z, and maybe that's for this season. Maybe it's not going to be there till next season, but people understand what we're fundraising for, and then we have to be accountable that that's where that money is going for. So it's not just sitting in those funds. So I do think these are two separate pieces, but 100% understand where that's coming from, because it might have spilled over before, and there is, finances are important, so please know it is coming.
And when you've got clubs that I think, and it could change, it's been a couple of years since snow leaders, but you're buying your ticket for that event, and the price of that student ticket, the lift ticket, and then you declare if you're renting equipment, right? Are you bringing your own? Do you need a helmet? Do you need this? And the cost of transportation, and it's all kind of lumped into what the cost is for the December 18th trip on there. But I also, you know, Mr. Altmeyer, you brought this up about our athletic boosters. They do a lot for our athletics and our activities. And I know with wrestling has really taken great advantage of those volunteer hour opportunities. You're working the concession stands, you're helping the boosters, you're earning the hours, and you're giving back. And it is a really great opportunity to bring money back from the boosters into that activity. It's an excellent opportunity. So I just want to give a plug out to our athletic boosters for all the work that they have done and what they have provided to our various activities and athletics.
Now, I didn't have a kid that participated in athletics, so I'm gonna go a little bit on a limb here. I would expect coaches that when they provide information about a fundraiser, that is written on what costs go into that and not done verbally, because if it's done verbally, we've all experienced the telephone game when we were kids, where you start with a message at one end, and by the time it goes through 15 kids, you've got a completely different message on the other end. So by providing that written component and having that written component scrutinized in advance to make sure that it's accurate, there should not be a mistake that says we're not spending this correctly, or misspending, or whatever the word that you want to choose, that there's accuracy in those words, and then there's follow-through in that accuracy that's made.
And that's part of what I've been kind of talking about through this whole process, especially when we bring in these fundraising companies, and they are the ones that are sharing this information and telling our student athletes what the money's going for. And if it's not coming from the coaches, or the coaches are then turning the reins over to the organization that is running the fundraiser, and they are communicating to the students what they need to do, what the money's for, and hyping it all up and selling it. That is part of what I have been advocating for through all of this, with streamlining our revenue contracts and our crowdfunding, is to ensure that students are getting the proper information, that it is being communicated accurately, that we are all on the same page with what this money is being raised for, and that the school is actually on the benefiting end of that fundraising. Like I said, it still gripes me to think of like a fundraising company taking 60 or 70% of our students' profits. That's not a fundraiser for the student, that's a fundraiser for the fundraising company. So,
We've had this conversation,
yeah,
and I think we need to get back on, back to our agenda.
I'm just responding to Mr. Troy's,
No, that's,
statement,
Right.
so.
This is where we talk, so. Committee.
mhm. So how do you want to proceed? Do you want to jump ahead a little bit, or?
Sure, no. I don't think so. Because we can pull it off if we have to.
Yeah,
So I'm fine with it.
I like that option.
I mean, as long as you don't have any problems with moving it forward,
I don't, no.
I guess, I'm just confused about, I know the fundraising comes into play, but I've never heard that when I'm fundraising that it's going towards transportation or things like that.
Nor should a fundraising company be telling students how the money's going to be spent. That's not their responsibility.
All right, we will move that forward to the next meeting. It'll be pulled off. 6.6, registration fee proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. You do have the registration fee, proposed modifications. On page 1, we do have a chart that outlines what our current fees are. And today we have a full fee and we have an early pay fee, okay? There's a $50 difference. The early pay fee is if you generally pay before school starts. We usually have a grace period through maybe the middle of September, that if you do pay your registration fees, you get a $50 discount per person. Today, approximately 65, sometimes 70% of our families take us up on that offer, whereas maybe 30% do not, okay? So if you see the fee structure, kindergarten as well as elementary and middle school are all $205 less the $50 early payment discount, it's $155. The high school level, it's $240, and the early pay discount brings it down $50 to $190. I'm going to give you a little background on just registration fees in general. Similar to the athletic fee, we have not increased this fee for 13 years. So it's been a long, long time. And I remember when we did this 13 years ago, we really didn't increase the fees that much at all. In fact, we kind of just massaged the fees, increasing them here and there. It wasn't a revenue play 13 years ago. It was adjusting the fees internally between high school and middle school and elementary, so they made a little more sense based on the disposable items, the instructional supplies at each level for which we were purchasing, because we were a little out of whack. So even back then, we really did not do this to increase the fees to generate additional revenue. Today, we receive approximately $1 million, $1.1 million collected annually in registration fees. Over the last several years, we also have uncollected registration fees. We have parents, we have community that they don't pay the registration fees. We do send, usually every March, April timeframe, we send numerous parents, hundreds, 400 or 500 parents, I should say parents' families, to collections. And that's really the only thing we can do. Statewide, we're not allowed to withhold transcripts. We're not allowed to say you can't walk unless you pay your fees. We're just not allowed to do those things, but we can send people to collections. And I bring that up just because I think the board needs to know that, right, we had $165,000 last year in uncollected fees. That's a good amount of the $1.1 million we collected. The previous year was $116,000 uncollected. FY23 was $136,000 collected. You may ask the question of last year's $168,000 uncollected. After we send them to collections, how much do we collect? Of that amount, right now, we've collected about $24,000 of the $168,000. So collections does work, but sometimes it takes time, right? Sometimes it takes somebody selling their house and they pull a credit report and they need to pay us. So we do get it, but sometimes it just takes a long time, or maybe we just never get it. We're not doing this because of the uncollected registration receivables, okay? We are doing this because over the last 13 years, we haven't increased fees. And we're finding, if you look at the chart and graph as to what other districts are charging for registration fees, we are one of the lowest, okay? A lot of districts are also charging a tech fee, right? We do provide Chromebooks to our students and other things, but we do not charge a tech fee. In fact, the tech fee has always been baked into our registration fee. So if you look at some of the other local districts, you've got Burlington 301 that charges $240 at the high school with a $50 tech fee. Barrington charges $480 with a $90 tech fee per student at the high school. You look at the Barrington column on page 2. So those are things important to consider, right? The cost of Chromebooks, the cost of devices over the years, the cost of just continuing to provide a top quality of education has gone up significantly. What we are proposing, right, and the question may come, well, how much additional revenue will this bring to the district? It would increase the recommendation that we currently have on the table just on the fee side would bring about an additional $150,000. 3 brand new teachers maybe. But it would cover a lot of the additional costs and the increase that we've seen over the last 13 years. It would also put us more in line with a lot of other districts, but really we would still be at the low to mid level based on the recommendation. And the recommendation that we really have across the board kind of is just eliminating that early pay discount. We are proposing, if you've read the full memo, and I bullet pointed all of our different recommendations, I don't think it's necessarily wise to eliminate an early pay discount or not have a late payment fee. So we are proposing a change in fees, but we're also proposing that we do pass a $20 late fee if not paid by the end of August each year. Maybe that's as a grace period to September 15th, as we've done in the past. But we need something to try to trigger the parents to pay. I will also tell you that we are looking, we have Power School today, and we learned of a Power School plug-in whereby I'm sure everybody here up on board, every time they go into Power School to see their kids' attendance or their kids' grades or anything they want to see in Power School, wouldn't it be nice to see your outstanding balance of how much you owe to the district for registration fees, or course fees, or a lost textbook, or a damaged Chromebook? And there is a plugin which does exactly that. Right? Today, we are sending out via mail statements almost every month. Sometimes 8, 9 times a year, we send out statements to families showing their outstanding balance. And so there's a cost to doing that. There's, you know, in terms of operational efficiency, I would love to get away from that. And rather than sending out statements, it's front and center every time a parent signs in to Power School. So we are actively looking at that. In fact, we had a meeting today with Power School and the plug-in company, as well as RevTrack, our payment service provider. So that is part of that. This recommendation, as noted, right, would change the fees, as noted on page 2, to $115 for preschool. That's up $3 from $112, so not much change there. Instead of the full early payment discount going away at elementary, we're looking to increase that fee by only $20 to $175. But at the middle school and high school, we are looking to increase that fee or eliminate that early discount fee of $50 and keep the full fee at $205 and keep the full fee at $240. So I want to talk about that first, because then there is something else I do want to bring to the board's attention on merchant service fees that is on this memo as well, but we can talk about that last. Any discussion and/or questions on the registration fee from the Finance Committee?
I would suggest maybe you increase the late fee more than you're advising.
More than the $20.
Yes. If you think about your collection efforts and what that costs you.
Oh, I know.
How badly are Chromebooks damaged year to year? Because I've seen it, where kids, particularly at the middle school, will start to peel off the keyboard frame, the frame that's around the display, and by the time they get to the holiday season, it seems like several of these Chromebooks are just butchered.
We do see those. It is not rampant. We do see those, but we do work with the families, especially if it's reoccurring. Usually, a lot of times kids will drop their Chromebook and things happen.
Yeah.
We do have, hey, if it happens once, there's grace. If it happens twice, if it seems to be intentional damage, we work through that and we bill the parents appropriately. Yeah, that's, but yeah, it's not as much as you would think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I do like Mr. Ruth's suggestion on the late fee. If nothing else, for the cost of processing the lateness. And like, the plugin that you mentioned is very compelling to utilize or have them develop it further, because the cost of postage just keeps climbing and climbing. So to do that kind of statement, the staff effort to go ahead and print it, fold it, stuff it, stamp it, all of that is out the door on a monthly basis, that seems like an excessive amount of cost.
Yeah, it is. But we're also looking at eliminating that, or at least eliminating that, the majority of it, right? Is the very first statement that goes out with communication direct to a parent's mailbox appropriate? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
To let them know that they're going to see it every time they, knock on wood that we can do this, but we're working through this. It looks like we will be moving forward with this plugin, and it's not that much money. We will probably not have to bring that to the board. But there'll still be some internal processes to pull this will not be monthly.
Okay, thank you.
The question I have is, do we have any sense on the why folks are not paying, such as financial hardship? And is financial hardship, is there option to do a payment plan that spreads the fees across the entire school year?
Yeah, really good question. We do work with parents all the time on payment plans. We offer payment plans all the time. When we are talking to parents, we remind them that we do have free and reduced, opportunity if their income is within that guideline. We do talk to them about fee waiver, and then certainly we offer up a payment plan. Based upon the list, because we have the list, and we can see, a lot of them are just reoccurring families. I will tell you some of the people we know, and it's not to look at the list and say, well, we have 600 families down on their luck. That's not necessarily the case. Some families just are not paying. Of course, there are families that, things are tight. But we're starting to see that uptick over the last few years. Back in the day when we had 10,000 students, and we had the same registration fees as we have today, 13 years ago, uncollected amounts were approximately $80,000, $70,000, $60,000, but that has ballooned up to $160,000.
Yeah, because I know you're saying the purpose of this is, of the fee increase is not because of the late fees. At the same time, it sounds like there's $165,000 on the table. And I do like Mr. Ruth's idea about, is there, what your ideas were initially about the $20, but even maybe looking at that being higher, and to see if that is the trigger to have those who can make payments to pay.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. I mean, I'm there's two things that we're trying to manage administratively is we know that increasing, and really we say it's increasing, it is increasing. For those parents that are currently paying early, they're paying $155, and next year we're going to ask them to pay $205. But that is currently our full fee. I do like the idea of making the late fee or keeping the late fee at $50, but at the same time, when we were pulling this together, we had talked a little bit through that, and we also want to make it plausible, right? We also want the board to approve this. We want the community to approve this. But I agree, right? We need parents to pay on time, and if they pay on time, they can save $50 or $100 or maybe even $150 if they have 3 students. So I have no problem making that change.
And going on your initial why of looking at page 2, when you mentioned trying to look at the other fees, comparing, much like you did with the athletic fees, it looks like the proposal, and I'm just looking at District 300 alone, and they seem to be, we're right on top of District 300. When we look at the geographic area.
Yeah.
The proposal we have is higher than District 300's fees. Is there a reason why we went above theirs and not just matched 300 fees?
Well, please know that, and we're going to talk about District 300, they're, love the folks over at 300. A lot of these districts that I did talk to are entertaining increasing their fees for FY27. So currently, right, you're looking at a proposed fee for FY27 versus their FY26 fee, and they may make the decision to also increase fees. So, I don't know that 100% for sure, but that is a conversation I had with many of these CFOs at these districts.
Thank you.
So are we eliminating the early pay option, and what impact is that potentially going to have?
Well, we may not be eliminating the early pay option, because if we
Is the
increase the late fee to $50, which I have no problem doing, I think Ms. Lombard would be okay with that, we would essentially be keeping the structure the same, call it early pay, call it late payment. But we would be increasing the fees by $50 and $20 at the elementary level and $3 at the preschool level. So we would still have that early pay option.
Yeah, if I had a concern, and this is why I brought up, you know, is there a way to have a discussion about the athletic fees, is if we have, especially looking at the high school numbers, if you're a parent who has high school students who are involved with athletics, their out-of-pocket expense is gonna come up quite significantly. And I know, you're doing your job, Mr. Altmeyer, and this is what you need to do, is find ways of increasing revenue, so absolutely respect what you're doing. I'm wondering, you know, from, that parent perspective, is there any middle ground here of looking at both of those fees, the activity fees and the registration fees, where if someone has it, I'm just using this as an example, if someone has a student who's in athletics, do they get a reduced fee if they're in high school because their registration fees went up? You see what I'm getting at? Because it's all coming from my same wallet. Is there a way to still make ends meet, for lack of a better term?
It's hard to answer that question. Ms. Plumber, any thoughts on that? You kind of look like you were about to say something.
I guess that's conceptually. However, we will look at that and kind of make the sense of, well, if we're saying, here's what the fee costs for the education side, the academic side of that. But if you participate here, you may get a discount there. Looking at, when Mr. Altmeyer, you talked about your, I forget what you call it, you showed your dashboard and all of those. The money does go into different line items, even though we're collecting it as revenue, it's for different purposes of that.
So it's tied to line item, so, okay, that makes sense.
Or how we then budget for that. Could that be looked at as, well, a family who doesn't participate in activities or athletics isn't gonna get a discount on their registration side, which is for the academic component.
Yeah, I was looking at it the other way around.
Oh, you're
If
looking
the
at it.
registration was the same for everybody, and if you have a high schooler, we just reduced the high school fees for athletics, is where I guess I'm getting at. So it's less out of pocket.
And that's something Mr. Altmeyer, you and I have to sit down and look at. We didn't look at it through that lens at all with that.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at it through a lens of equity versus other school districts, right?
Yeah.
Right. There is a reason that the fee is higher at this high school based on some of the things that we do for students, whether it's science classes and physics and things of that nature, where the things that we're doing in some of those classes cost more money. Right? The high school costs more money than an elementary, which was why all school districts, not just us, ladder their fees appropriately. Right, and so this is in an effort to kind of stay in line, with other districts, right? We're the lowest spending district. Some of these other districts are the highest spending, and we have the lowest fee. Well, we have the lowest fee. We're the lowest spending, in part, I always say this, you know, we're the lowest spending. I would love to tell you it's because, well, administratively and financially, we're incredible. But we're the lowest spending really because we don't have a lot of revenue coming in. Right? We have a low tax rate. We have a low registration fee. We have a low athletic fee. So we're limited by what we can do because, well, we're the lowest, right? We're right there with Harvard on the athletic side. We're right there with Harvard on the tax rate side, right? And it comes a point in time where we need to find those revenue sources. So you're right, I appreciate your comments about, I'm simply we're looking into the future, and we have to find, there's only so many levers the district has to raise revenue. This is one of them, right? Property taxes were limited by CPI and whatever CPI comes in at. We're at the state level, you know, we're at their mercy, I feel. At the federal level right now, they're cutting Medicaid and they're cutting other funding. Our Department of Education is gone. And so a lot of that funding is at risk. So there's only a few line items that we have other than being creative on the operational efficiency side to bring resources to the district.
And Mr. Altmeyer, when we think about just that increase of that, it is revenue. It is absolutely additional revenue to bring. However, the cost of supplies, the cost of, if there are books, the cost of those materials has gone up. in that 13 years. We have not increased to that component. So again, it's not offsetting everything, but it is kind of, if we think about lines that are out there today.
So I think your headline is that you did the market analysis and we're aligning or rebalancing to match other school markets. Is what I'm hearing you say.
Well, I think we're saying both things. We're saying we haven't increased our fees in 13 years, and over those 13 years, we've seen a significant increase in all costs. And we need to right-size our registration fees, but we also want to do it prudently and understand what are other districts charging, right? How are they managing? Because from an equity standpoint, right, we don't want to be the lowest, we don't want to be the highest, but we certainly want to charge an appropriate amount to help balance budget and cover increasing costs.
Thank you.
I think that can also be part of our budget cycle, not on an annual basis will we be increasing, but that we should be looking at these things on a regular basis, so it's not 10 to 13 years or 15 years down, and it seems like such a large increase. But if we look at it every 5 years just to see where we're at, how are things doing, we can have that discussion at the board level to determine, do we need to do an increase or do we wait at that time? But that 13-year span has really been like, $50 is a large increase, but if it had been incremental, it would be so large.
Is there an option to do it in a slower increment over the next few years so that it's not such a, obviously not, you said not going 13 years, but could we set a schedule and allow families to prepare? Hey, we're going to increase, I'm throwing a number, $10, throwing it out there, and then, the following year, another $10. Would that help families at all if it is a little bit more gradual? I don't know, just not a lot. Is it doable? Is it worth it? Does it help us?
Well, to be honest, it doesn't help us financially, but it certainly helps.
And
This is not, right, this is how I opened up. This is not easy. It's not easy asking for an increase in property taxes. It's not easy asking for an increase in fees. But we're here to fulfill our mission of educating our students, and we need to find a way to generate resources. We continue to find ways to be operationally efficient and save money on the expense side, and we're continuing to do that at the cabinet level. Looking at our structure, looking at how we're currently spending our money. I've got a line item coming up next that is a fantastic story and a victory for operational efficiency. So we're going to continue to do those things, but at the same time, we have to look at these items to generate revenue.
Can you get that last bullet point?
The last bullet, I say the last bullet point for last because, I don't want to say it's a little softer, but it's merchant service fees. So, the district spends every year about $200,000, in total on merchant banking fees, right? If you look at the line item, it's banking fees. And you would think, well, that's banking. Well, it's not banking because the banks we use, whether it's PTMA or it's Fifth Third or it's BMO for our operating and checking accounts, we really don't pay them fees. They're very minimal, a few $1,000s here or there if we pay them fees. Because we carry such large accounts, we don't really pay fees. The fees are merchant service fees, right? And the merchant service fees are the parents paying via credit card on RevTrak, our payment service provider, PSP, is Banco RevTrak. And we pick up the merchant service fees every time a parent uses a credit card. Every time a parent uses a credit card to populate their student lunch accounts, we're picking up the merchant service fees. Over the years, I would tell you 10 years ago, that most school districts were picking up the merchant service fee. Today, probably 60% of school districts that I talk to, more than half, are not, right? They have passed the fees on to whoever is using that credit card, much like every restaurant and everybody out there. We've all seen this. And so This is also kind of an operational efficiency, if you will, opportunity. We do allow parents to pay via check. There'd be no merchant service fee. We are working with Vanco and RevTrak. There's something called an e-check. And e-check has a significantly reduced percentage rate, merchant service fee rate that the parents would be eligible for. And I'm currently working with RevTrak and Vanco to lower that percentage to get it as low as we can. Right? And if you think of an e-check, when your buddy tells you, hey, I'll Venmo you the money, well, there's no merchant service fee on a Venmo or a Zelle, right? That is an e-check transaction. But some of these companies, some of these payment service providers still want a fee for that transaction going through their system, although it should be relatively small. So we're working with them to lower that fee as much as possible. So we're looking to eliminate that $200,000 banking fee charge, because the majority of districts out there today are not paying merchant service fees on behalf of their folks using credit cards. In fact, when I asked Vanco and RevTrak as well as another payment service provider, I said, you deal with a lot of school districts. Yeah, we deal with some school districts. Today, when a new school district or a school district comes to you, how many of them are picking up merchant service fees? And they say 95 out of 100 are not. Like, nobody's picking up merchant service fees anymore on behalf of the customer base, if you will. So I added this because we simply, this is as easy as me calling RevTrak saying, hey, flip a switch. Flip a switch. We're no longer paying the fees. So upon exiting the transaction, as part of the transaction cost, the fee would be passed along to the parent, but we would also be communicating to the parents to let them know that this is, hey, this is out there. There are other ways, whether it's a check. I don't want to say cash, but we can accept other forms of payment. Obviously, there's always risk with a check and SF and everything else that we use to deal with. So I'm asking for the board approval on this. We need to make the board and the community aware of this.
I certainly like the e-check option if you can get that. I mean, believe it or not, a lot of people don't have checks. And the e-statement is, or the e-check is really good. Can you clarify, maybe you gotta go back to RevCheck or whatever it's called, RevTrak. You have the word credit card on here. People like to pay with debit card. There's not typically a fee on those.
Well, I think the debit card is equivalent, I believe, to, and we would roll that out with communication.
Yeah.
Would be equivalent to an e-check.
Yep. Okay.
It's what they're referring to as an e-check.
Yeah.
You know, I say a digital transaction. You know, some PSBs call it a digital transaction versus an e-check versus a card.
Yep.
So there is that option, and there will be that option for parents. But at the same time, this would be significant savings for the district as well.
Relates to the e-check, if, you're rolling up all these fees, is there an option, and to tie back to the registration fees too, for families to select a monthly payment to the district up front? And if so,
Well,
e-check be that option? So I'm just trying to think again, spreading out those
well,
fees, like
yeah, that would always,
Netflix account?
yeah, as soon as, so let me give you an example. Let's just talk registration fees. Athletic fees, probably not, right, to participate,
Right.
even on the participation side, to participate athletically or participate in the club, right, we ask our coaches, coach, to make sure you're collecting the fees. Okay, so let's set that aside. On the registration fee side, like I said earlier, as soon as we roll out registration fees, which is generally in the month of May, June, for next year, we get those statements out early. If we know parents are returning, those statements go out. So we do have a lot of parents pay in the month of June and July and August when the statement is out there. When we get this new Power School plug-in, we're gonna do the same thing, right? We'll have a prior year balance, and we'll have a new, if it's a returning student and we know or think they're coming back, it will be populated in Power School, and if that parent so chooses, they can go out there on a monthly basis and pay $100 very easily, and just whittle down, because they're gonna see it every time they go into Power School. So the benefit of this plugin is it's front and center. It's a reminder, right? You got outstanding fees, and they'll have the ability to pay whatever they want.
And as long
But
as
then
they
they're-
pay the $100, they'll get the $50 fee.
Right,
Whatever they pay.
right,
Yeah,
right.
that's the catch.
Well, yeah, that is something that we tried to manage internally, and it, I will tell you, it's very, very difficult. In order to receive the $50 discount per student, we would ask that they pay their full fee.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I meant, Mr. Ruth's suggestion about the late fee. So they wouldn't get a late fee if they're paying $100 a month.
Well, no, I would say, we have that in the past, but it's incredibly hard to manage when a parent pays a small amount, and then they expect to pay the lower fee, and then what happens is they stop paying.
Okay.
And then they carry a balance, and they carry a balance, and then we never get payment, when actually their outstanding balance should be $50 higher. So that's why moving forward, if they don't pay their full amount by a given date, the early payment discount is gone, or the late fee kicks in, however you want to say it.
Right, I guess,
It's the same thing.
I guess to build on Mr. Bobby's idea, because we get the bills out early enough, would there be an option to pay, instead of a $200 fee, $50, $50, $50, $50, assuming that you've paid the full $200 by September 1st,
Yes,
and if it's not done by September 1st, then,
that's exactly, yes.
okay.
That would happen, because that's for
But that's not-
for anybody enrolled, that we would look at every single student enrolled, and anybody who hasn't paid their fees would be assessed another $50.
Right, but that's not something that we currently have,
No,
and is that
it
something that
would
we,
function a little differently, and.
but is that something that we could look at presenting on that payment screen? You know, pay $200, or whatever the number is, $205 today, or 4 easy payments of,
We'd have to look at it. We could probably, within the first statement that we send out to parents, communicate that in a statement that is mailed to the families. I don't think we'd be able to do that in the PowerSchool plugin I just saw. I don't think that would be possible.
no, I'm talking about on the RevTrak side.
Well, RevTrak and PowerSchool are connected.
Sure.
Right? So they'll see it in PowerSchool, they'll click a link, which will take them to RevTrak, and they make a payment. And then when they make a payment on their account, it'll automatically credit it back. So in real time, they'll be able to see the credit of their payment coming through on the PowerSchool website.
I guess what I'm ultimately getting at is I understand the reason for raising the fees. What I'm trying to work through is a way to lessen that initial sticker shock burden on families, especially families that have multiple kids in the district.
Yeah, but, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but still, based on our history of fees, 70% pay on time anyhow, to avoid higher expense.
Yeah, I still think the majority of our families will do that. And to your point, when we send out statements, we will tell we will let families know. We will definitely communicate through Mrs. Barr and any channel we can that they will be able to see outstanding balances in PowerSchool, and they'll be able to make payments. And as long as their registration payment is paid in full by a given date, they will be eligible for that $50 early payment.
But kind of to his point, if we get
So we'll
if we get it out
communicate that.
in June, they could pay a third of it in June, third in July, third in August.
Essentially, yeah, we.
Yeah.
And we could
That's
kind
kind
of
of what
outline
you're saying.
that.
It's
That is
just
what,
it won't be spelled out for them, is what I hear from you.
Yeah. The only thing that I have a caveat is I need to make sure that when we program something in PowerSchool and a parent goes out to pay, that they can pay something short of what is owed. So,
Right.
Right?
Right.
So if it's 205, at the middle school, I think that's what we're proposing, can they pay 75? Can they pay 70? Can they pay an other amount?
Yep.
I believe they can, but I would have to double check that.
Could you clarify for me, I presume this transaction fee is for all programs, not just registration.
Correct, that's why I mentioned, My School Bucks earlier as well. Yeah, all transactions. But for all transactions, we would have available the e-check, as well as, pay by check.
Mr. Altmeyer, is that I might have missed this, a percentage of what you're paying or a flat fee per transaction?
Generally a percentage, 3 to 4%. Merchant service fees are generally 3 to 4%. Some can be a little lower for the e-check amount, should be lower.
Okay.
Just hopefully, you know, if we decide to move this forward which good, but if you can come with that for next meeting, just so we're clear on what we're gonna be voting on, I think that would be important.
So I understand what are you exactly looking for me to bring to the next meeting on it?
I would say if they can pay, other dollar amounts,
Oh, yeah,
and then what the charge is on a credit card, debit card, e-check.
yeah, I will have that. I am working through negotiations
To bring
with RepTrak for a multi-year contract to extend our agreement, whereby they should be able to give me those fees. So that is forthcoming, so I'm not sure I'm gonna give you the rates you wanna hear, on an e-check, unless, but I'll see what guidance I can get from RepTrak on that.
Other questions on registration fee?
I do have a question. And this one's gonna throw, how many families do we have with 3 or more children in the high school?
I don't know, Marcus, you know?
Let me do the math.
Yeah.
Zero, right?
That would, yeah, I certainly don't have that information handy. I would have to reach out to the Power School folks, and we'd have to look at family IDs, and it's not a quick data pull.
And I didn't think it was, because I'm just kind of doing the mental math of having 3 kids in the high school, so that's $240 times 3 kids. And now you're talking significant dollars, and so makes me wonder, is there a way to do a graduated payment? But you've got to have a lot of kids in order to get to the graduated payment stage. People can have, and often do have, 2 kids separated by a couple of years here and there, but 3, I think that's a situation where it doesn't occur very, very often.
I get that information, I will share it with the whole board.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, any other comments, or can we move that one forward and go from there?
Do I do the same, separate this from the consent agenda, pull it out?
Well, we would do that next week, or 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, if there's further conversation, then you guys can cut it off the agenda.
Yes.
Or put it down as an action item for discussion.
Fine.
Probably.
I'm fine.
That,
Which way do you want it?
Probably an action item.
you want it as an action item?
Yep.
Okay, okay. All right, got one more item.
Copy
Really good, though.
bid.
Really good. We start and end on a really good. It is, no, it's not, it's an hour 30. Fine.
Don't just start talking.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
I went through a whole water bottle, though, that's good. All right, so this last one, copy paper bid collaboration with District 300. Loved hearing Nico's and Emma's comments, the Student Advisory Committee. They want more paper, less Chromebooks. That touches me on both sides, because if we can save money on Chromebooks, and we could spend more on paper. So we talked about the Illinois Association of School Business Officials. Part of the reason I love the association, I was president and maybe some don't know here, I was president of that association a few years ago, several years ago, is because we network with other CFOs across the state all the time. I know hundreds of CFOs across the state. The CFO over at District 300, well, he's a resident here, and some of us have met him because he was part of our strategic planning team. And his name is Frank Williams. And he came to me, and we were talking about trying to save money, and he mentioned, hey, we always talk about this, but we never do this. Why don't we go out to bid together on something? Let's go out to bid together. And he goes, let's start with paper. I'm going to do a paper bid. You want to be part of the paper bid? And we're like, I would love to be part of your paper bid. And so they ran the paper bid, and they obtained all the information they needed to from our district, whether on all our locations, how much paper we've used on an annual basis. And they went out to bid, and on the I believe on January 22nd, they opened the bid, and oh my gosh, based on, they saved money as well, but they didn't save as much money as we're saving. A skid of paper approximately today costs our district $1,800 a skid. Under the new pricing, it's going to be $1,250 or $1,204, I think, for this attachment. So it's a 27% reduction in the cost of paper. And we purchased about $106,000 of paper per year. So this is going to impact the building budgets. I know Marcus is probably excited about this because they think you do go through a lot of skids of paper over at the high school. So this is a really great victory. So I do want to thank Frank Williams. I want to thank his team, Nicole Kennedy, who helped really pull together the bid results and the bid and keep us apprised on everything else. So we're simply bringing this to the board for approval of the bid. The bid attachment is attached. The low bidder is a family-owned company, I believe, in the Elmhurst area, if I'm not wrong, called Murnane, and you might have heard of them. But the bids are attached, and we are asking the board to approve the lowest bidder of Murnane Paper Company, located in Elmhurst, Illinois. And then we will work with District 300 on the necessary contract so that we can start using this as soon as possible. This is a 3-month contract and from March till May, but with the possibility of 3-month extensions. And we have found in talking with other districts as well as District 300, who has a history of doing this a little more often than we did this, it's very, very advantageous on a fast-moving market, the paper business. It has a lot of volatility, and if you capture it right, we might get really lucky on the next bid that we roll out. So that's why it's a 3-month bid with 3 consecutive month extensions applied. Everything else is very similar to what we do, paper complying with Illinois statutes. Vendor unit pricing includes all shipping charges, so that's all part of it. And each of our buildings will be able to order on an as-needed basis with a minimum order of $500, which really shouldn't be a problem because we are generally ordering paper by the skid. So I want to just share that with the board and ask for your approval on this.
I'm curious how many vendors this went to, or how many were looking at this even though they chose not to bid?
Yeah, great question. There were 3 vendors. 2 of them are listed there. One is not listed here because they were disqualified because they didn't provide the information as requested as part of the bid document. So there was 3 vendors that replied. But Murnane is a well-known vendor. District 300, in fact, long ago, I think we used them, but District 300 was in partner with them, actually, I believe, 1 contract ago.
Because I saw in the memo that we have a different company, and I was surprised that company did not engage, at least what was shared with us.
Can you tell me why Garvey is cheaper in the memo? Or maybe I'm missing something?
Well, Garvey total cost is the total cost of everything that was part of the bid document, not just one line item. So if you look at Garvey, total cost was for everything as per the bid, comes out to $37,841 versus $30. Oh no, I apologize. They're not, because they had an issue with one of their line items. I'm sorry. I'd have to get that information for you.
I would assume it's that last one.
It is, I think.
It looks like maybe they
Yeah,
don't.
I apologize for that.
And then,
But Murnane is the lowest bidder, and that is also the one that District 300 will be going with as well.
and I'm fine if Murnane is the lowest one. Let's just also make sure that we're gonna pay for this year's and not last year's, since it's a.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I will make sure of that.
Is there any local company?
For paper company, Elmhurst is fairly local.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we have any local big paper mills. Ruth, you know of any paper mills around here?
No, I don't.
I just, yeah, figured. Yeah.
Okay, we will look to move that one forward if there's no more questions, and we will move on to human resources.
Thank you all.
Back to you.
I'll send it to Dr. Zier.
All right, well, I'm gonna try to match Mark's passion for paper with partnering for prevention. Partnering for prevention is, Ms. Dawn, who's been at our high school for over, 10 years. We've contracted with her to provide, drug counseling services, not only for our high school students, but our last contract with Ms. Dawn, we included our middle school students too. CC also, does our random drug testing. So we decided in working with the high school this year, to make a little bit of a change, to the contract, moving forward for the next 2 years in the proposal. We are going to still maintain our random drug testing, of our athletes and those, kids that are in activities, and we're gonna do that, twice a semester. So we're making that initial shift, but we're gonna shift the time, that she uses on doing the drug testing, to counseling hours. So that is gonna be a major benefit, throughout the year to our students, where she's gonna be able to see, a couple more students per week now, since she's not, after the random drug testing, but we still think it's very important to do the random drug testing, even though I believe we are the lone high school in the conference and in the area, that still does that, but we still think it is, vital to have that out there. So when there's a random drug test taken, there's 2 tests that are given, one that's looking, for marijuana and a few other items, and also a steroid test. So we're looking to move forward, with partnering for prevention and, Dawn Shine for the next 2 years, doing that agreement with her. And I do want to make a note, the first time I took over this contract, we tried to make Dawn an employee in the district instead of contracting to the outside, but we ran into, some glitches with ISB, in terms of licensing and things like that. She is a certified drug counselor. In order for her to be employed by us, how we wanted her to be employed, she needed her school counseling endorsement, which she didn't have. So, we decided to continue to maintain this way. So we've looked at different ways of bringing her on board and kind of making our own, but she does contract, with, other schools throughout the area also. I'll take any questions, making a recommendation, to extend the contract for the next 2 years, regular.
So I'll go ahead. I'm not a fan of, this contract. I haven't been since, before when we had it. So I think my first questions are, have we, or what other programs have we explored? Have we looked at a partnership with McHenry County? Have we received any other bids from any other, organizations or that provide this service? I'll kind of start with those.
Yeah, we have not. Dr. Beelan, can you speak to, anything to the outside that we've looked at?
We've kind of been down this road a couple of times in terms of just looking and doing some of the research on the services that she provides, as well as outsourcing. When we were with Centegra, I want to make sure I get the names right. When we were with Centegra, and they switched over to Northwestern kept us on for a little bit, and then pandemic hit, stretch of all of their resources to add that on, they were not able to host us in that capacity, and so that was when we actually went searching. Quest Diagnostics, all of the different companies that were out there, that were at least in our area that at least offered the services, that other schools have used and so forth in past years. The cost of that was significant. We then shared that experience with Dawn and actually allowed her to help us do some of that research. She ended up taking it on, working with her lawyers and kind of bringing that into just the work that she does, get it to us at a very low cost for all of the materials that we needed, and to develop that process. And she was the only one that was feasible and willing to help at that moment to do the testing in the way that we needed.
And Byron, are you talking about the whole contract or just the random?
The whole contract,
Including
so I
counseling?
know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I know this, this contract is almost three-part, right? We've got the drug testing. We have our random testing for, athletics and activities.
Definitely.
So that's, okay, so we've got the drug testing but then we've got a drug testing program for students that have been found to be using in lieu of expulsion. This talks about students who are facing expulsion entering into, I'm going to call it maybe a diversion type of program. So this contract is talking about not only our athletes, but it's talking about students who are facing expulsion and entering into this counseling program. When I look at the cover sheet, and it's a 2-year contract, and it's saying a maximum annual cost of $89,000. It says $253, but the contract is $523, and but when I look at the previous contract, the last one for 2 years was not to exceed $85,260, and yet in fiscal year 25 or 24, we paid $99,275, and in fiscal year 25, we paid $98,020. So it's over $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 over what the max contract was supposed to be, which is coming from the cost of the testing. That's a lot of money, and I'm wondering how there's not another program, even through the county or somewhere else, that can offer this, unless I don't know if I'm misreading this contract.
One of the things I just want to give a quick explanation to, there are no students, if a student was going to be brought up for expulsion, and there would be held in advance, if you will, or an alternate, we would be bringing that to you as the board. So that may be an option that is out there that could be looked at, that is not an option that we've utilized. I can at least speak for the last few years here with that component. So, Dr. Beelan, part of if a family decides to utilize because it's not a force, right? It is a recommendation, and we have had families thank us and not go that route, or some who have participated. Could some of those drug testing be part of that plan with them, and that's developed with a parent?
Correct, testing, retesting, and so forth, just depending on, when a student is identified through a discipline situation that happens at the high school, they are referred for testing. We get referrals all the time. At one point during this contract, we actually had tested or had worked with those services even with our middle schools, and she was helping and supporting in our middle schools in terms of counseling and so forth, trying to look at the early preventative portion of that before getting to the high school. So yes, some of this work does happen outside of the high school as part of the contract and her counseling hours.
So there's 2 ways that a student could be referred to Dawn. One would be if a student was found to have drugs in their system through a random testing for athletics activities, so part of the random,
Yep.
which now we're moving to 4 times per year. 2 in the first semester and 2 in the second semester, so 4 testing times moving forward. But then the second, what would prompt the second reason for why a student would be referred? And it's, you're
That
talking
would be-
discipline,
That would be through this, so a kid who, I don't participate in sports or activities, I haven't filled out the drug testing paperwork, and I'm just a student who's there, but I'm found with a vape, right, doing just a regular search.
okay.
Part of our resources that we extend to the family, because we find that students, it's a challenge, they're struggling with something, they're going with something, so we share with them that resource, and we share with the families that resource. It's not a force, like, you have to do this, part of your consequences for being found with whatever. We offer that as a resource. Some people take us up on it, and some people do.
Dr. Breland, can a family or student, talk to their parents if they are struggling with some type of
Absolutely.
addiction? That could
That is
be
our
a
resource.
family who could come to you as well, so it's not just discipline.
Right, I did
Yeah,
see that in
wanted
the
to make sure.
contract as well, that a student can ask for assistance actually without even notifying their parents. That if they're allowed unlimited, support.
What were the costs that you were saying? Like, because you said like double the amount.
Well, so the last contract that was done, which would have been 24 through 26, which would be ending at the end of June 26. That contract was slated not to exceed $85,260. But when you look at the annual statement of affairs for fiscal year 24 and 25, we spent $99,275 one year, so we spent approximately $14,000 over. And then in fiscal year 25, we paid $98,020. So about $13,000 over the contract, which is going to be from that testing. That just, and there's the payment schedule here for the costing of the testing. She bills herself at $88.20 an hour, up to 25 hours per week, 10 at the high school, and up to 10 would be combined with the middle schools. How is that monitored? So when she's at the high school, does she sign in? How do we know that the district is receiving the 24 hours? I have like 20 questions with this contract.
So, when we started tracking this, when we were tracking counseling hours to determine how many hours she had, because when the pandemic was happening, we didn't have kids within our building, and so we were still utilizing her for services because kids were engaging in things at home, right? And so they were still reaching out saying, hey, we need these services, but they weren't coming through our counselors, they weren't coming through discipline, we didn't have students in the building. So at that point, we had developed a system and a mechanism, and Dawn has this on hand for us to be able to say, like, hey, we need to break down the numbers of students that you're working with, students that are coming into our offices outside of school hours. She does work with students in our building during school hours, but a lot of times it is set up outside of school hours, and that's where she has shifted most of her time, because we're not pulling kids out of class to have counseling hours during the school day. She comes to us to work with them, to meet with them, to connect with them, to do our random drug testing, but we try to limit the amount of time that they are pulled out, because typically that agreement is with the family, and they set up hours outside of the school.
But the goal, like you said, is to switch then to more counseling moving forward. Obviously, that's not happening now. Moving forward, switching it to more counseling in the buildings as opposed to the time that would have been used for the random drug testing. But I think I'm asking the board if we can take a deeper look at this contract and table this and see if there's any other options to explore. This just seems like a lot of money, especially when we're also paying a company like Care Solace for their services to help families find somebody within their network to provide mental health services. Like, can we just maybe because this wouldn't start until the summer anyway. I mean, can we look and see if there's a partnership with McHenry or anybody else?
Yeah, you get it so early because, Dawn essentially fills up with other districts, so she likes to get out in front of it, so, but we can definitely explore that.
But I think between now and the next meeting, we could actually then see, does the county, right,
Right.
have anything that we could look at in the meantime?
And has there been a decrease? Like, are we better as a district for having entered into this? Is there a decrease in the use of drugs and vapes? Are we seeing a positive benefit from this and from the counseling, especially since students know about this program and this service? Are we receiving, or are our students receiving a benefit from a contract that is just this large? You know, when we're talking about budget cuts and we're talking about needing to streamline our expenses, is this, can we do better? Can we do better?
Yeah, and Dr. Beal, you're gonna be able to answer this, not with the specific numbers and all of that, but I do recall a few years back that the need at the high school, for families coming forward, because they're not, and we will be honest, they're not getting caught for that random drug, right? That is few and far between. So it is more families who are coming saying, are there supports for my students, for that? And the number of hours, we actually increased a few years back, because we ran out of hours. So that's why we wanted to shift those there. But I understand what you're looking, and maybe we can get some more data on that. Are the services, are we being able to service everybody that is coming forward?
Yes, Dawn is actually requesting, from even our deans and our counselors, even more referrals, right? Just, because we know that the services are helping. Those families are connecting and reaching, and we're catching them a little bit earlier, so the amount of time that she spends maybe with one particular family is not as significant as it used to be, because we are catching them early. Kids are identifying and saying, yes, I need to help and I need to support. There's always been, there's two prongs. Since I've been in this role for 8 years, it's been two-pronged that we were seeing a increase. We actually used data from Illinois Youth Survey that we used to take. They still offer that survey, but it wasn't really giving us the data that we needed specific to our students to determine usage and so forth, because it was just student at the mercy of actually filling this out and for us to try, but we had no identifiable data to say, oh, we've identified you. Now, how do we bring you forth to get you the support that you needed? We really relied on our counselors, our social workers, and letting our families know, hey, this resource is available. So when our kids were coming in, we have had great success from our students who are like, I'm really struggling with this, and we find that more often. Like, I'm really struggling, I need help to kick this habit, right? So anecdotally, we can see that. We could also talk with Dawn and gather some of that data on what's, on an average, how often is she spending, how many sessions is she doing with the family now compared to when she was. Dawn is very, very good at
What's our
keeping
data? What are our benchmarks that we're measuring from? And in all fairness, Dr. Beelan, to you too, as well, we all know that students are dabbling into the world of vaping at a younger age. So maybe you might say, yeah, we haven't seen so much of an impact at the high school, but man, at the middle school, she is really doing a lot of work. And that may flip the dynamic and how this information is presented. But when you think about just like, you may not, the biggest result may not be at the high school. And that's what we want. We want to catch this. The younger we're able to nip this in the bud and to stop and to curb and to teach healthier habits, the better off we're going to be. Nico, like, as a student, are you aware of, do you feel like students are aware of partnering for prevention? Do you think there's an awareness?
I think, when you were talking about the activities, the catching, I was shocked by that because I think it does really serve as a motivator for students with, there's drug testing that's random for activities and athletics. And the counseling as much, I don't think that is so much is out there because I think it's more of offered once there's a conversation with a counselor, social worker team. But Is it a potential for the future? Maybe, but I think the random drug testing does have a little bit of an effect on the student population.
We utilize a lot more of the relationships of getting kids connected. We have had flyers that have hung on our bulletin board. They're in our pods. We do have, that in our pods to be able to share. Usually students who are coming to those spaces where we get those resources, we don't want students to just see it and be like, okay, well, who do I reach out to? A lot of it is done by relational of what information can we share with Dawn, because she's not in our building every day, all day like our counselors are. What information can we gather from the student to give to Dawn and say, what would be the best course of action? She can say, hey, I'm in the school next, let me connect with the student, or I want to go directly to the family, let's have some conversation and actually bring the two together, because some kids are open to saying, hey, I want my family at the table to have this conversation, and some are like very hesitant on it, but we need to bring that bridge together very quickly. And so it's not a surefire way of like, hey, this flyer is there, we have this resource, use it if you need it. It's the same when, with a resource-based educate that we also use for our students.
To be clear, I'm not opposed to the
Yeah.
service. I'm opposed to the cost if we can find a more cost-effective route.
What you're sharing is definitely valid, only because like this resource, when we talk to the other 9 schools that are in the Fox Valley Conference, they're not doing drug testing, right? They don't have these resources. She was working in McHenry prior to coming to this district, and I know she works with other districts on the counseling side of things. And I think that we have held a very proactive approach in terms of helping and having this resource for our students. And it's easy to look at it and be like, well, other schools don't do it, so let's just get rid of it. We decided as an administrative team, like, this is a benefit. It's not a, I got you, but it's how do we help our kids so that they can be successful in this space? If we don't have positive tests, that's a great thing. Yeah, we did spend money on it, but we also, our kids are held accountable to knowing that there are some consequences, but there's also help.
There is great value in the service. I'm not so sure about the cost, but I could be completely off base.
We'll go ahead, we'll research if there are any other local area things that we can't do. If so, what are those costs? You'll get a little bit more of the data there. And we will look at both of those years, that 99 and 98, to figure out what was that increase, and was it because of testing services there, and then how we encapsulate that in
And
the
maybe how we're
contract
trending
there.
this year as well.
Sure.
Just to see, are we seeing a decrease? Is this working? I want to say, I'd love to see this, you guys to say like, hey, this really worked. And like our numbers have totally, decreased, and we're doing right, and this is moving in the right direction, and I express that, right?
Yeah, just to go on what you were saying, Mrs. Marino, is, because I would agree with that piece of this, is that in the role of counseling, if you work as a counselor, there's value-based contracts that all have outcomes that you're working towards. So our counselors are working towards the IEP goals. The question I would have is, what are her outcomes that she's trying to achieve? So I think that would, to your point, I think that is part of what you're getting at here is, how do we see that students are better off because of her services?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Or even, what are the other schools doing that they don't need the service? That would be or is it a money thing, or is it they don't need it? I find that interesting that nobody in the Fox Valley is doing this but us. And it's a huge price tag.
Well, we don't know if they're doing the counseling.
Or
we know they're not
whatever,
doing the
whatever.
random screening, absolutely. But I think that's one of the components. We did shift the numbers. We knew we needed that a few years back, right? But we should analyze, is that need still for increased hours? And if so, we'll have that data for you. So could be the shifting, or it could be we're just gonna reduce, because as you say, we go right to be a motivator. That's something your team really looked for, with that, because it seems to be working if, based on our results that we've been getting. So we'll get that.
It could be like the middle school as well.
Yeah,
And
we'll look at all.
also looking at page 3 of this contract, item number 8, responsibilities of the school, in this verbiage in here, priority shall be given to students facing expulsion for certain drug offenses. If we're not using it for that, we need to make sure that that's, not in. Thank you.
In my industry, we have to, have random drug tests for everyone. Well, and I don't know if a school district would ever need to consider that.
But, yeah, it's a good deterrent. You know, like we said, when the athletes are like, oh, I don't want to have to be benched or kicked off the team, it's a motivator to. So does this get put as an action item then for if we were going to move forward with it? Are we going to table it? What happens?
Well, the HR committee, would you like us to bring it back and table it, or put it on and just vote based on what we are able to bring forward? My recommendation is there's a number of things you'd like us to look at, and I want to make sure we do that, and then bring that back in. Yep.
I would say I agree with Ms. Humber. Table it and then get some clarification and then rediscuss.
March,
March.
we'll bring it back at the March committee as a whole.
All right, buildings and grounds, Mr. Troy.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've heard partnering for paper, partnering for prevention. What kind of a play on words do we have here, Mr. Lindquist?
I would like to propose that I go ahead of Ms. Altmeyer, future board meeting.
Partnering for pavement? How about partnering for
I could be
pavement?
done in 6:30 and, you know.
Still can't leave.
I'll turn it over to you for an O and M update.
Thank you, Mr.
HR
Troy.
one.
First thing, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Ruth again. Welcome to the board panel. Number one of my updates, the Heinemann DX cooling replacement. I noticed I had a typo on there. I ended up using the 5 emergency days, as you will, snow days. I'm hopeful we are not using those 5 days, so the projected start date was May 22nd, not June 1st. Number 2 on my item, community solar project. The project has been online since mid-November, and we are expecting to see credits start coming in the next month or two. That was great news here. Number 3 on my update is the Huntley High School building pressure. We have been working with Verigy on the outdoor pressure sensors to be installed and to control building pressure in the 3 existing units of the original portion of Huntley High School. This has been an ongoing issue for years, controlling building pressure in that section of the building.
So this is when you walk through a doorway and you feel the draft either in your
Right
face.
after the door doesn't close behind you or
Yeah.
something, yeah. Any questions on those before I move on to number 4? No. Yes, Mr. Troy. Number 4, asphalt crack fill seal coat, a traffic paint bid. 4 bids were opened on January 26th. I will be presenting to the Board of Education on March 5th for approval, moving forward on that. And finally, on the update, FMX work order report. There were 475 work orders submitted to the O&M department with a turnaround time of 2.8 days, which is outstanding for the team to come bring that number underneath 3 days for resolution. Any questions on the update?
And if you jinx yourself with the snow in the morning, it is your fault.
Adam already jinxed me on that one.
Any questions from the committee, or the board in general? Go ahead and move on forward there. O&M annual report.
The annual report, so this is something Mr. Rakosik has started for years, and it's great information for the Board of Education. Give a lot of history on numbers and historical data that we have in our department. I'm going to jump to page 3 on the report, if you're following along electronically. Page 3 is the physical plant inventory. It gives a lot of data on the square footage of our buildings. This past year, we added Vine Street building. So that's additional, just over 4,000 square feet added to our total square footage for the whole district. Also on this, this list is our pavement square footage sizes of what we maintain and replace as far as asphalt pavement and seal coating. And that's over 3.2 million square feet of pavement in the district. And lastly on this is the capacity design per building. Greatest information to have as far as occupancy per building. Any questions on page 3? Moving on to page 4 is The maintenance staff inventory history, this goes back to 2002. It basically shows how many square footage is covered by one maintenance person. So last year, we had 12 maintenance people in our department. This is at will and HESPA maintenance employees. One person covers 128,000 square feet. A large amount of area to cover. Any questions on that chart? A lot of historical information.
Just trying to mentally picture what
3 acres.
now.
Yeah.
43,000.
In terms of one of our buildings,
How about that?
just in terms of one of our buildings.
It's like a whole lot.
That helps.
It's a lot. It's a lot of walking.
A lot of walk.
High school alone is roughly 11 acres under road. Moving on to page 5, this is the custodial staff inventory history. This also includes our outsourced partners, GSF. So that's why the historical data and the coverage is only almost 27,000 per square foot custodial space coverage. But our department alone, the O&M department, we have 9 HESPA custodial employees. Typically, it's 1 per building, and we have 2 at the high school covering the space. And all that is based off of that historical square footage data on page 3 that I presented.
Yep.
Any questions on page 5? This goes back to 2002 as well, this data.
Thank you.
Page 6 is O&M department managed historical fiscal accounts. So this is gas, electric, capital projects, square footage expenses without gas, electric, and capital projects. Total expense square footage for this past year was $6.41 per square foot in the district. Looking at the past 4 years, we've been pretty stable with that number in the $6 range. Almost up to $7 last year. But I think that's because we did a little more capital project, asphalt, carpet, building replacement. A little more expenses there. Again, a lot of historical data here. I'm throwing a lot of data at you folks. Any questions on this one? You're thinking?
No, I'm thinking about the gas and electric because I know that I've been
You've been in the loop.
heavily involved in that, let's put it that way. And so what I'm curious about is when our agreements start to expire. You know, when the gas that we're locked in, the ones that we're locked in, when do those start to fall off, or when do we need to start looking at those?
So our current contract will fall off this August, but we have already locked in for an additional 3 years with a new provider.
Right.
That'll take us to 2029, August of 2029. So right now, we're with Symmetry, and we are moving forward in August. That's been approved already with Constellation.
Yeah, the different components and all of that.
And so this number also includes the NYMEX that we're locked in, and then also what we're playing on the market.
Correct. Yeah. For what, 50, are we 50/50?
We have a 25% locked in different areas, 25. We have an additional 50% right now.
We floats
around.
Okay.
For the next contract starting this August. But we've been in talks with our gas broker.
Okay.
She's watched the market heavily for us.
And then historically, so.
Yeah.
I know.
Usually about this time of year, we get that call.
It is. That's why the gears started with him. All right, carry on, sir.
Moving on to page 7 is the capital project list for FY '26. FY '27, FY '26, there's 2 projects left to complete. And then FY '27, the large one is the DX cooling that's coming up this summer at Heinemann. And then the asphalt seal coating, bringing next month to the board for approval. Playground mulch being replaced for safety. It needs to be replaced every 3 to 4 years as the mulch decomposes, and it needs 9 inches of safety material for a child to fall and not get hurt. Any questions on the capital projects coming up? FY '27.
I'm curious, in the condo world, do we have like a 10-year plan?
We do too.
Is that, you have something?
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for asking. I will present that actually in August, 10-year plan. If no further questions on page 7, let's move to page 8, please. This is contracts, O&M contracts by departments here. I'm sorry, by contractors here listed. There's 3 of them I highlighted in red. You may see, those are 3 big ones coming up this year. Starting with GSF, we're going to start negotiating talks this month. That is up for a contract extension at the end of May 31st. They've been a great partner with us, and the contract they bring to us, we'll bring it forward to you. Then garbage, recycling, hauling away is another one coming up, and preventative maintenance on our chillers and rooftop units. Big one coming up this year. Being transparent with all the contracts we have and the dollar amounts they cost. Yep. No questions on page 8. Page 9 is our energy conservation project. We've done, this tally has been going back to 2007. We started with Doug McCoskey started this. So that 2025 annual cost savings, that goes back to 2007. Where we've saved nearly $1 million in these energy conservation projects we've done through the years. To point out what we did last year, we did the chiller replacement at Huntley High School, and we're continuing to monitor the solar production and what we're giving back to the grid. A lot of historical data here. Take your time if you have any questions on this one. Next year, I shall be talking about that on the next page.
No questions, keep going.
Page 10 is the grant funding that we received, whether it's funding still sourced through the Strategic Energy Management program that we're involved with, which is ComEd, NICOR, or ISB, the Good School Maintenance Grant. So the 3 last year we received are going to this FY '26 is the NICOR Strategic Energy Management Program, almost $1,000. A check will be coming back to us on that one. ComEd, same program, almost $10,000, a check coming back to us. These are things that we've done to conserve energy and the projects we're doing. For this year, we've already started FY '26. The lighting replacement for Cheswick in the high school going to LED. We'll be saving over $21,000 with that instant comment rebate that I mentioned last month, where the cost of the lamp was $7.70. There's a $7 instant rebate on that. We paid 70 cents per lamp. It's crazy. It's like unheard of right now. So we had to take advantage, jump on that. And we're doing all the work in-house with our guys. And this is historically, this goes back to 2009. You can see the total of ComEd, NICOR, and ISB savings. The ComEd obviously has given out the most money, $1.2 million. Any questions on page 10, please? Page 11 historically gives us what the O&M department does, whether it's in-house, outsourced, we manage it all. 136 preventative maintenance work orders that we execute. Pretty self-explanatory, all the things we do here. If no further questions on that one, page 12, we're getting into the final reports here on FMX. For 2025, we received 7,510 work orders from staff members throughout the district, with an average resolution time of 4.2 days. If you recall, I mentioned tonight, for January, we were down to 2.8 turnout. That's amazing what the team is doing right now. Can't praise them enough. And then I guess historically here, for last year, where the work orders were coming from, the big one was deliveries and moves. We had over 2,300 work orders to move furniture, pallets of paper, pallets of salt around the district. Any questions on the work orders that came into the department?
I'm kind of curious, the HVAC repair stuff?
Yes.
There's like almost 500 of those.
A lot of them are temperature complaints, to be
Okay.
honest. As a quick fix, or usually we may have to outsource some as well.
And Mr. Lindquist, if you look at, what the average resolution days and how it went from 4.22 to the 2, using the term appreciative inquiry of why did we do well, do you have an idea?
Extra manpower.
Okay.
So we were pretty understaffed last year with, whether it's medical leaves or we're just looking for employment, we were understaffed. 2 or 3 guys at a time, sometimes last year.
Okay.
So that affects the turnaround time,
Yeah.
the workforce.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Pretty incredible, actually. Can you come work for me?
And the last page 13 ties into that FMX, that gives it per month with the work orders coming. Obviously, August is our heaviest month. School returning being June, our least amount of work orders coming because the staff members are away enjoying the summer. Any questions on the O&M annual report to the board?
It's more of a,
No, I just to say thank you.
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 12 again, and the other number that stood out was vandalism. Because, you know, for the year, we had, to me, that seems low to have.
Do you have an extra hour?
No, I'm not looking for the details of it. It's just, it's, I guess, pleasant to see that we only had 8 instances of vandalism complaints. But you know the details behind those, and I don't, so I'm just looking at the quantity of complaints.
It has gone down.
Okay.
So, there's spikes.
I remember some of the TikTok challenges that were out there, and there was a lot of vandalism that was a result of social media.
Absolutely. And it comes in waves.
Just an observation. Thanks.
Thank you.
no, Mr. Lindquist, I just want to thank you. I mean, this is extremely thorough, and I appreciate the level of detail and even the history. Is the district, this just highlights how transparent we are as well, of where everything is going, what we're spending it on, and it's very impressive, so thank you.
Thank you.
Agreed. Yes. Thank you. Very thorough report. And it just shows that we've got that forward thinking and we're staying on top of things, and it just really shows how, you know, committed we are to our buildings and to our students, and it's great. So thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lindquist. Very good report. Appreciate it. Legislative and policy.
That would be me. We've got legislative updates, 9.1, Mr. Troy, is there
Yeah,
something?
I don't have any updates to share
You?
on legislative stuff.
Okay, so there's none. And then moving on, we've got 9.2, Vision 2030. I think we're bringing this back from a couple of meetings ago, I think even recently as December. So, Mr. Fekete, I believe this is your jam. So,
Yeah, we had this on the, Cal in December. The entire board was not present, so we tabled it until February so that the entire board could be present for discussion, prior to, moving it forward. Now that everyone is here. relitigate all of this, but if there's discussion, happy to facilitate any discussion.
So for me, this is something that I do agree with. I would like to see us sign on to this, whatever the timetable is and where they wanted that originally. But this is not, for me, this is not an advocacy push for our district specifically. This is kind of adding a voice statewide to say these are the things that are important to education in general. And if we're going to be advocates of education, then let's step up the game and be advocates of education within the state of Illinois. And that's really where I come from on these types of issues. I know it's not 100% of what we may want or what we may want to see in our district, but I take a 30,000-foot view on this, not a 1,000-foot view. So this is something that I would advocate for and want to see our board sign on to and join other voices within this. That's just.
I think we're already doing that, though, without signing it. No, I'm just saying, I just feel like, I think Ms. Lombard's doing a great job of leading. And there was a note in there saying, if we don't sign this, we're not leading. I think she's doing just a fine job. I don't think it's even necessary. But, and just to bring it up, just because we didn't like the outcome of the vote from the last time, how it feels a little bit, but not that that's necessarily true, but I'm just saying.
No, but that vote was also held just before an election, so it's kind of like the discussion of the Supreme Court justice resigns just before something happens. Who's responsible for doing that? Is it the people that are there at that moment, or is it the people who are coming in to have that kind of vote because they have a more lasting impact in terms of their
yeah, that could be the same thing now, too.
Correct. And that's why I thought it was worthwhile bringing it up, but if the board takes a different view and says, no, we affirm what was done previously, I'm okay with that too. I'm one person out of 7, this is my viewpoint, and that's where I'm coming from.
Fair.
That's my 2 cents on it.
So when I look at this, and I go back to the work that we put into Huntley 2030 to our plan, we had a collective effort from the community. We put a lot of time and a lot of effort. It was an amazing process to go through. I think we worked really hard. We've established our goals for ourselves. And when I think of Illinois 2030, I don't know that we needed to hold ourselves accountable to something we've created for ourselves, for our district. And then I didn't realize that initially that this was about a year and a half old. But in the year and a half that this has been in place, thereabouts, maybe a little bit less, there has been nothing that's really come out of it. There's been no movement. And by signing up on this, with this, and taking a mindset of joining other districts who have, like Mr. Troy said, varying needs from what we may need. Down south in the rural areas, their needs, they talked at one point about wanting to arm their teachers because their law enforcement could be 20, 30 minutes away, and if something were to happen. So their needs are very different than ours. But one thing that stands out to me is signing up on this, it feels as if we are taking away the voice of the community in terms of our teachers and our parents and students, because they don't have a voice at that legislative table if we sign on with this. I don't want to take that away from, community members who were instrumental in Huntley coming up with our Vision 2030.
This has zero impact on our local vision. Our local vision is still our local vision.
Okay?
I don't see how it would take away from our local vision or our teachers, I don't even know what you just said, our teachers' voice.
Yes, because they're not going to have that voice at the legislative table. What is the benefit to signing on to this?
Back to why I brought this forward initially. The reason I brought this forward initially was not in opposition to a previous vote. It was that those of us that were on the board and those of us that were part of the community at the time, we were working through our local strategic plan first, which needed to take priority and precedence before we could have a conversation about this. Once we had our local strategic plan, our Huntley 2030 plan in place, I thought that this complemented the work that we were doing locally at the state level. And I found a lot of alignment to what was in Huntley 2030 and what was in Vision 2030. There is nothing in here that speaks negatively to the district leadership, Superintendent Lombard, or the cabinet. So I don't know where that accusation is coming from.
I'm not making an accusation.
No, but there was an accusation that was
okay.
made prior to your comment.
Okay.
I don't know.
There has been progress in the past year and a half with this, but it offers no guarantees. There's been nothing substantial that has happened in a year and a half since this started. There's been no increase in money. We talked about preserving our funding.
So when we look at the Mark, what was the last year that the strategic plan was done?
Maybe it was done about 7 years ago, Vision 2020.
2020, right? There was a lot that happened in that time. So I don't know whether or not saying that there's been no progress in the last year and a half is an accurate statement. I don't know all of the conversations that are happening behind the scenes to move some of these action items forward.
So I'm specifically referring to 2030 plan. So that's where my opinion, my thought process is stemming from.
Right, and my response is, if you looked at Vision 2020, after a year, you may have said that nothing was done, but after 6 or 7 years, there was a lot that was done in the Vision 2020 plan. That positively impacted school districts and students and teachers across the state.
I look at this as not necessarily an action plan. The whole point of this to me is you have to aspire and set a goal or a path or something. And there's nothing in here concretely that says, yep, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this, and it's step after step after step. This is an aspiration and a vision, and that's why I use the phrase a 30,000-foot view. This is a goal, a long-term goal for education statewide. This doesn't curtail anything that our district has done. It doesn't do anything that the team here that did put together a strategic plan in any way, nor does it take away from anything that parents can do, because you can go to the state legislatures, you can go and do, what do they call it? You can submit a slip that says, yep, I'm in support of something or against something, and be a supporter that way. That doesn't take away anything from what parents are still able to do. How many people actually go through and do that? That's a different conversation and a far different question. This is about different organizations
that all work in conjunction together at the state level to try and provide an aspiring view. Because if there's no aspiring view, then really education begins to flounder a little bit. This is looking at it from a quantitative or high-level view to provide us some direction and some place to go. And that's why I think that this is important. I do think it's important. But again, I'm one person out of 7. And if this isn't important to other people, or if this isn't a big enough priority, that's fine too. We've still continued to do our thing, whether we signed on to Vision 2020, whether we signed on to Vision 2030. Either way, we still continue to operate the same way that we've been doing the same things that we do, still doing strategic plans, still planning and servicing our community and our students and our staff. So again, this is just a way to sign on to something that's a little bit larger than us. Somebody else wants to chime in?
I'll just
please.
respond to, Mr. Feckety. Did you write the alignment thing? Is that right? You did the Vision 2030, Huntley 20?
I did,
You
yes.
did? Okay. So I was just going off of that. I was just reading verbatim what you wrote. So if that's, it says, if we decline, Huntley stands on the sidelines while others shape statewide priorities. If we sign, we lead. What would it mean if we didn't sign? We don't lead? That's where I was getting that from.
Okay.
That's all. Just to clarify.
And one more thing, our job isn't just to lead the words on this paper. One of the things that I would like to see us do is to have a little bit more leadership when it comes to state legislators. The rebounding or redistricting and all of that stuff. We have a legislator who lives down in Oswego and probably doesn't know where Huntley is, or however we're redistricted. Well, I think we should have a little bit more voice in that and with our legislators. It was nice to see Miss Underwood. Gosh, when we kicked off the solar project, it was nice to see a legislator here. It was nice to see Dr. Sanders take an interest and step onto an electric bus and see our district at work. That's the kind of thing that we should be also involved in. Not just the local stuff here, but trying to reach out and build some bridges in other directions too.
I think that's one of the things I shared in my superintendent report last month, that Mr. Altmaier and I are setting up with 2 of our reps in looking at that funding, especially around the mandated categoricals. And that's part of that Driving Success campaign in looking at what does the school funding puzzle look like. So regardless if we sign on or not, we're still going to do those things to continue to push forward. We're still going to go to those meetings and talk about what does the school report card and what does academic achievement look like and cut scores and all those things. We will still be there giving a voice for the district, regardless if we sign on or not.
Yeah.
I do understand that, that component of it, kind of showing, don't remember, somebody had asked, what does it do? And I think that the more districts that do sign on, as large groups go out, whether it's IASA or IASBO or IPA, and they come in numbers. With districts having that, some of our legislators do look at that saying, we had X number of people sign on. But again, that won't stop us from the continued advocacy that we are doing in these areas.
Summer, are you concerned that if we don't sign on with this, that we won't be equally represented by our representatives at all?
No, I think I was just reiterating again that we will still be going ahead and doing those things regardless. I think in 2020, Mr. Altmaier, you are a large part of the evidence-based funding. I don't believe in 2020 we did sign off on that resolution, but we continue to still move forward. So I think that as the board looking at these priorities, it's not saying we disagree or we agree necessarily with all parts of that. Is this a priority right now to move forward? We will still continue to do the things that we need to do in this district. It's just looking at that legislation, or not that legislation, that resolution, and signing on There are parts of that where some of our legislators do look at numbers, and they do see those components that are happening there. So it's really just up to the seven of you, if we want to get that resolution out there. But again, we'll continue to do the work we're doing here.
I'm thinking back to a little bit earlier in the meeting, and Mr. Altmeyer, you had made, you said we have lobbyists and representation at the state level. You would look, but if the state is out of money, there's not much that representation can do. Does this, just signing on with this, change that?
Well, you know, I look at this, I was part of the group. I was part of Vision 2030. I was part of all of those conversations to come up with the document that you're looking at. And the idea is that if en masse education in the state of Illinois, the school districts across the state of Illinois are all signing on and agreeing to it, our legislators need to listen to us because we are a massive group. Right? We represent education across the state. It was superintendents, it was the CFO group, it was some principals, it was some school board members, it was other associations. It was a massive group that got together that created Vision 2030. I will tell you, without Vision 2020, as well as districts signing on to that, the EBF would not have happened. Right? This is a document that helps really tell legislators, hey, get on board because this is where the whole state wants to go in terms. We want to continue the EBF funding. We want to continue to make sure that the state is setting aside at least the minimum of $350 million per year. And by the way, there's a lot of other things in there that the state wants to move forward with. That I agree with everything in there, frankly, because I think a lot of it directionally is where we're going anyway. And it really gives all of our representatives, all of our senators, it gives everybody down in Springfield, when they see the numbers of all of these districts sign on, it's a statement. And that's what happened in 2020. And we didn't sign on, it didn't matter, it still happened, but it's a statement that every district has to decide if they want to make.
Do you think that us signing on would help bump us back up into tier one?
No.
It's like,
No,
it's not
I think it just,
like back.
I think it sends a message to all of our legislators across the state that we're all on board, and that some of those things, maybe all of those things, but some of those things, it will help get some of those things done. So if every district, I'll be honest, if every district debated and didn't sign on, well, things wouldn't get done. So that's why the alliance, that's why this group is asking districts to sign on board.
And the lobbyist you referred to, it was one from one organization, right? School business officials have one lobbyist.
Well, it's that,
Or is that-
and
is that for
the
all?
superintendent is Emily Warnicki, and she was part of this.
No, I know Emily was, but
Madeline and
But
Emily, but not
does she work on behalf of the other organizations as well? Okay. So it's
She
one.
works on behalf of all three.
All three, got it, thank you. I misunderstood what you said.
I have a technical question and then a comment. So I guess the technical question is there an active committee right now of this alliance that's meeting? That we're aware of? Do they have like regular meetings?
I believe there are various components of the vision that are working forward on. There's a component about the finance, and there are different pieces that are rolling out with that. So I believe that they are, where and when they're meeting, I don't know that.
Okay.
But if, when we look at the four chunks and we're looking at those pieces, they are continuing to have.
I was gonna add, we're a part of CADCO, which is the area curriculum, Chicago area curriculum directors group. I probably did that, I still thought those little acronyms, but, last Friday on their call, there was a conversation just about something coming from this group, and it's about the mandates that are currently out there for instructional mandates. So there's a big push right now to have the state review them, because they keep adding things such as, you know, you need to teach this topic at this grade level, and this one at this one, but we're not removing things out of the curriculum, so it's taking time. So that's one example of a subgroup that I believe had some people people that were represented in the initial group that is working actively to try to get some voice and to try to lessen the burden on districts of what we're teaching now. If we're not in that, we're still gonna get the benefit of whatever gets lessened or not, but that's just one example. I know that it came up last week in our meeting.
Well, I bring it up and I'll add my comment too. The first thing is, if we do sign on to this, it seems like we'd want to be actively involved in these committees, some way, somehow, if there are committees, that we're at the table. My comment is, looking at this, I guess where I'm confused is, there's nothing in here that we don't agree with. I mean, future-focused learning is about reshaping our schools and classrooms and redefining student success to reflect and prepare students for all the different ways that the world and economy continue to change. Like that, just grabbing one statement, like I would agree with Mr. Troy said, it's not perfect, doesn't include every little nut and bolt that we want, but it's one of those situations where we could either be at the table or we could sit on the sidelines and just ask the other districts, hey, you do our advocacy for us. And from my own professional experience, to Mr. Allmeyer's point, there is power in numbers when it comes to associations, alliances, coalitions. Legislators listen to those associations. When you say there's 700 districts that signed on to this, well, wait, what'd you say, 700 districts? Well, let me listen to you. What do you have to say? That there's power in numbers. So I think, if anything, the benefit for us signing on to this is joining that force. Are things going to change overnight by joining this? No, but at the same time, we're part of this aspirational vision, and it does give us the adding to the greater good of us trying to make education better in Illinois.
So just that if there are any worries that this takes away local control or it's going to be a requirement that we have to do or change some of the practices that we have, that's not the case. So, and it kind of supports those pieces of that, but we do have our commitment. We'll continue to do those. Mr. Altmaier is part of that finance committee. The rest of us will continue through our advocacy.
But, and I appreciate Mr. Bobby's question about really asking about, is this a working committee, a working committee and group, as opposed to just a symbolic signing on that really doesn't have any meat and potatoes to it. If there's not, we're not actively working on Vision 2030, moving forward and having action steps involved, then it just seems like a symbolic thing that isn't going to bring any real benefit to our district other than what we've already established for ourselves. I mean, I think our 2030 plan, I think is phenomenal. I think we are leaders in our plan. I think we have a phenomenal plan. So I just don't want to get caught up in something that's just, our name is just on with a group of people without any real action or outcome coming from it. And that's, I mean, Mr. Bobby's question was very important and spot on. Where is the action? What is the meeting schedule? What is being done through this, as opposed to, you know, like I said, this isn't something new. We're over a year into this. What is happening? What are the action steps? Are there? Other than just okay, our group had a meeting, and our group had a meeting and had to say, is anybody collaborating?
There's organizations or whatever it is.
Yeah, there's. I read it. I felt compelled to bring it to the board. I do not find that there is a single piece in Vision 2030 that I'm one member of the board that I disagree with or that I think is not in alignment with what we stand for, in Huntley 158. And that's why I brought it forward. If you find something that you disagree with, then let's talk about that. But I don't know what conversation we're having at the moment.
Okay, whether we pass it or not, Ms. Maiorino, do you want to do that? Why don't we just, I appreciate the discussion. There's other committees that we weren't privy to that on other topics, so I think we can wrap it up.
I think it feels redundant.
It is. Okay,
All right.
that's it. Doesn't pass. Or advance, rather.
I don't think. 2 for, 2 against, and Ruth is brand new here, so.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'm for it.
But they have to come out of committee first, though?
Yeah. Good, or could,
That's 3 of us.
unless you just want to put it on the general board docket and have everybody just vote on it. We can do that too.
No. I'm a no.
I think it's redundant. I say no, but again, I'm one of 7, so.
Oh,
Your committee.
I say no.
All right, moving on. Community Relations and Outreach. Mrs. Murray.
thank you. I don't have anything to report. Denise, you want to go over the board
Yes,
memo?
I just have an update for the board, and I wanted to start tonight. I recognize this has been a long meeting, but I did want to show a video, and hopefully it'll work here. This is our What's Great series, and the reason this is important, and we've been alluding to it all night, is that we're trying to show our strategic plan in action. We're trying to show the teaching and learning happening across our buildings, the hard work of our staff, and what our students are actually learning. For the parents at home who can't get out to our buildings and into our classrooms. So, if you'll bear with me 1 second. Let me give it a shot.
You got your thing.
Oh, shoot, it didn't, oh. Oh, great. but it's such a great reminder of what we're all here for, isn't it? And something I and my team look forward to doing, and I think it's so important. So the idea with each of these, the principals come up with what they want to highlight, as long as, you know, what they're highlighting is adhering to the new strategic plan, and one of the goals, or several of the goals of the new strategic plan. So we look forward to keeping this going as a way to kind of basically bring the inside outward and let everybody see what we're actually doing toward that strategic. And then just a couple other quick things to highlight that I had outlined in the memo. The 5 Essentials survey is now open and will be until March 13th. So we sent out some information about that this week, encouraging parents to please take the survey. We need at least 20% of our parents to take it in order to get the results. So we'll continue to promote that survey on our channels, social media, newsletter, website, and all of that. That's super important for people who don't know what it is. It's basically asking parents about their child's educational experience. So we're asking parents to fill out a survey for each child, so we can get as much feedback as possible. A couple other just quick things. We've got our newsletter coming up for February. So our staff newsletter will go out this Sunday, and our parent newsletter will go out in a couple of weeks. But each month we're doing monthly newsletters just to keep everybody informed about what's going on, staff, families alike. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention a couple of upcoming events. We are partnering with Smart Social, as most of you know. I know Mr. Ruth may be not familiar with it, but it is a third party that helps provide resources for our families and for our staff too, about ways to keep kids safe and smart online. So in February, they're doing a series of events, particularly related to safety, that we feel is really important, and it's definitely a discussion that we've even had among the board and our PTAC about the importance of all of this. So again, we'll continue to try to promote these things, these events to our families on our social channels, in our newsletters, in any way that we can, because it is important, and it's something, it's a free resource for our families. So, and then just a couple of other quick things I wanted to mention. We are doing, for the first time, the Huntley Chamber is going to be doing a student job fair at the high school here in a couple of weeks, and it's going to be exciting to see how that pans out. I know it's the first time in a long time that they've done it. So we're hoping students come out. They're doing it over the lunch hour so that all students can come and check it out during the day. And I know Nancy Binger with the Chamber is working really hard to try to get as many businesses involved as possible. So this would be for part-time, full-time, and even summer jobs that the kids might be interested in. So wanted to mention that. And then the district is doing a wellness and health fair at the library. We do one of these every year, but this year it's being led by Ina Hall, our family engagement liaison, and it's going to be held at the library. And it's got some different and unique things. So I would encourage any of you to stop by if you can. So that is on Saturday the 21st from 11 to 1:30. And just a couple other things. We have a Battle of the Ball basketball tournament headed up by Ms. Lori Woods over there. That's going to be the 27th of February at Marlowe from 4 to 7. Mr. Craddy might have a hand in some of that too. And then finally, something new we're doing this year is the Special Olympics School Polar Plunge at the high school. So we're trying to get individuals and teams to sign up for this. You basically can, you jump in, the way it's been explained to me, you jump in a little mini pool. And that will be on Thursday the 12th at 5 p.m. I think Nico had something to add about this.
Yeah, we used to do this with our teams, but they would go to Crystal Lake. Like the
Yes, the actual
We're
lake.
trying to bring it
Here
locally and partner with the police department on that.
So fun.
Yeah, a little cool connection is, I think some of the high school student organizations, I know Student Council is doing this, is having actual like clubs sign up as a team and try to get to come out so that it's something that incorporates the whole population in the community and the students themselves. Just thought it was worth highlighting.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Nico. Any questions? Comments? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Bobby, go ahead. Go ahead.
Number 11, Special Education Committee. Filling in for Dr. Gill is Ms. Lombard.
Well, Mrs. Barr took one of her two announcements here, which was the interactive wellness and health fair. So I will not reiterate that. But the second component, there were pictures, the flyer of the, wellness and health fair is a part of the, memo. The second was last weekend, Huntley School District partnered with Salon, I may say it wrong, MAC, to host a sensory-friendly haircut experience for families and students with sensory needs. And so it was a private event, provided, for families to bring out, their students in a calm, supportive environment tailored to each individual student needs. If you recall last year, I believe, we've partnered with American Eagle to provide a shopping experience. So Anna Hall, our family engagement liaison, is working and reaching out to a variety of different organizations and companies and businesses. And we really are seeing some great partnerships within our community, wanting to support our families here. And so Dr. Gill was also able to post some pictures in there of that event. And we did want to just extend a very large thanks to Salon Mac for being able to provide this service for our students and our families, because that can be an experience that is quite difficult. And so in a private area that's very supportive of our individual student needs, it was wonderful to partner with us. A great thank you to Salon Mac.
Quick question, Ms. Omar. Do you, I missed the parent meeting, the Special Ed Parent Connections meeting that was at Morcus. Did you have any feedback on that one?
I do not. We can get that from Dr. Gill. We'll make sure that we have that in a report through her. She did have a family emergency, so she's not able to be here, but we can make sure that we get that.
I was at the one at the Lincoln House, and that was a nice group of parents. I was just curious.
We'll make sure we can have that for the next.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Ms. Lombard? I know, Nina's first name, what's her last name?
Hall.
Hall, thank you. Ms. Hall is really hitting the ground running with those
Mm-hmm.
parent groups, getting families involved, and just been excellent to the movement she's making.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Any other questions? I wanted to bring up something as the chair of the Special Ed Committee, and I was tossing around in my head how to bring this up, because I have to be mindful of the Open Meetings Act, so that's why I'm bringing it up here. I know, well, apparently August 19th of 2025, we, as a board, developed board norms and board protocols. And I know, Mr. Ruth, you weren't there yet, you weren't here, but these board norms and protocols is something that we all agreed on, we developed together, we voted on, and I'll be the first to say, I'll just throw it out there, that if I don't follow any of these, I'm asking to be called out on it. I'm gonna say that up front. Like, I feel like, because I think we put a lot of effort in this, a lot of thought, and I want to make sure that if I do any of these, I'm okay, of course, respectfully being called out, and being respectfully honest, on one of these board protocols. And with that reflection, and I firmly believe that every one of us on this board has positive intent. I believe that we all are here for the students and for student outcomes and supporting those outcomes. So I'll say that up front. I did feel, this is strictly my observation, so, you know, if you felt differently, feel free to push back on it, that at the last board meeting, when it came to a discussion that we had related to special education, the conversation that I know Mrs. Maiorino, you brought up about attorney fees, and a comment was made about us as a district potentially loading up to fight families on their IEPs, was quite a surprise. And maybe it wasn't said exactly that way, but it was certainly a surprise, which is, you know, number 10, you know, no one, superintendent or board members, get surprised in the meeting or between meetings. And firmly support questions and us bringing up questions, and asking for points of clarification. But I think that specific topic took the district by surprise, and Ms. Lombard and Dr. Gill by surprise. And the other part of 4A, communicating with staff, is that board members would communicate directly with the superintendent. That is, the board members will ask questions or bring concerns to the superintendent first and not communicate them to other staff. And I think if, we have, this is my humble opinion, again, my observation, if we push back on this, is if we have a heated issue that is not on the agenda, I'm gonna do all I can, that I would bring it to Ms. Lombard's attention before the meeting, and we could discuss the heated issue at the meeting, so Ms. Lombard could work with her team to gather any data, information, present to address that concern. I did not feel that happened at the last meeting. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not trying to, put you on the spot, Mrs. Myrino. It's just, again, if you hold me accountable and, if you have that same observation that I do something, please say something. But I want to stay true to these board norms and the protocols. And I think we just got to hold ourselves to this. And that's all I have.
Yeah, fair enough. I, would have to go back and watch that meeting and see what was said. A lot has happened since then, so, there are some responses to this that I don't know that the response is appropriate for open session. So I'm not, if I don't think it's appropriate. I'm bordering on, if I were to call things out, I'm bordering on like HR. I'm not sure. I will have to think on this and figure out where. So my response to this may not be able to be public, I think is what I'm saying. It may have to be, and it may fall under an exception that meets closed session that may have to be discussed in closed session.
And in fairness to you too, Mrs. Myrino, is that you and I are both on the Special Education Committee. And for those of you that are unaware of the Open Meetings Act, it prevents Mrs. Myrino and I to talk with each other one-on-one because that's two people on the committee discussing a matter that happened related to special education. So Rich's, or Mr. Bobby's way or my way, Rich's way would be, I'd pick up the phone and call you, but if I did that, it'd be violating the Open Meetings Act. So again, just in fairness to you, I don't want it again.
It's kind of it's a difficult situation to navigate around with the Open Meetings Act, as you stated. So what I would appreciate is the opportunity to go back and refresh my memory to what was said and have that opportunity then to respond appropriately, whether it belongs in closed session and meets our exceptions to be able to discuss in closed session, or if it's appropriate in, I think that's the best I can give right now.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I guess the piece for me is whether it be open session or closed session, I believe Ms. Lombard should have known about that issue before the meeting. That's all I'm getting at, is it's not to even bring up the issue, because then we could decipher, is this a closed session issue or is it an open session issue? For me, it was the matter of giving Ms. Lombard the heads up, and so she could reach out to Dr. Gill, or even if you reach out to Dr. Gill directly and copy Ms. Lombard like we talked about, Dr. Gill gives information, research it, and then present, here's what's really going on, versus they, in my humble opinion, appeared to be on the fence because they weren't prepared for the question.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, moving ahead, item 12, Board of Education minutes. These are prepared for review. I'd like to move these forward for approval of the next meeting. If there's anything material on there, please talk to Sharon about it. Get it addressed for the next meeting. Item 13, do we have any public comment in the shelf?
No.
I don't think we have much of a public question tonight, so. Okay, item 13 is done. With that, I move to enter into closed session at 10:34 PM for the following items. Pardon me, exceptions, that are allowed to be discussed in closed session. Exception number 1, appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees for legal counsel. Item 9, student discipline. Item 11, placement of individuals in special education programs and other matters related to individual students. And item 15, discussion of minutes, meetings lawfully closed under this act, period.
Second.
Second for Mr. Feckity, and roll call, please.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. We're in closed session. To those who are going home, thank you for being here tonight. Good night and good luck.
Are you rethinking?
Anybody else?
I know.
That would be.
Welcome to your first meeting.
I'll wait till we come back for this.
I'll take a pass.
Congratulations.
I don't know.
Or, I'm sorry.
Get in and draw an
All right.
Yeah. You know, Mark wanted.
Ready for a photo?
Oh,
Sure, yeah.
Been there before.
What do you want, Mark?
Oh, yeah.
Give me,
Oh, you're hiding this stuff.
Need 50?
Thank you.
Gonna-
I need something off the road.
Gonna grab Andy if I can.
What do you want me to read?
12:05 a.m. Resume in open session. We have no action coming out of closed session. Have roll call, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes,
Mr.
here.
Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Peckety?
Here.
All right. Again, we have no action coming out of closed session. We do have the board in its entirety here. Motion to adjourn at 12:06 a.m.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckety. All in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Can you kill it down there? I think you just hit the green button on that one.